Says he'll make me a star if I just play the game. But that man doesn't know that I am bulletproof. Keep one foot on the sky and a foot on the roof. I'm not doing this to try to make a name. I just like the way it feels on me, the way it looks on me. Still got the fire when you try to be a flood, 'cause I like the way it feels on me. That little rush, rush, rush of blood. That rush of blood, I'll use it for good. That rush of blood, I'll use it for good. I'm not doing this to try to make a name. I just like the way it feels on me, the way it looks on me. Still got the fire when you try to be a flood, 'cause I like the way it feels on me. That little rush, rush, rush of blood.
Well, hello, good morning, and welcome to this day 6 of the 80th Goode Water Ski National Championships. I am Tony Lightfoot. He is Zane Nicholson, and we are getting pumped and stoked for the next day's worth of competition. And last night at the America's Cup Invitational, that was an event to be to really savor.
Oh yeah, that was quite the event, Tony. Had a few upsets and ended with Freddie Krueger kicking a big jump there in the night jump. So that was quite fun. We had a big crowd here. The lake was rocking. So really fun night. Looking forward to some more good skiing here at the Nationals today.
Yeah, but certainly looking forward to some great action. I mean, for my part, I mean, we've got the mid-senior divisions. We've got the men's 4 tricking and women's 2 tricking, and then we work our way to men's 2 jump a little bit later on this afternoon. There's the schedule on the screen for my lake, which is tricks and jump. Zane takes care of business on the slalom lake, and he's got a long list of skiers there. So thank you once again for tuning in so far to the previous 5 days of our coverage, and a special thank you to the 8,100 subscribers that are now part of the TWBC YouTube channel family.
Yeah, no, that's awesome.
Absolutely, and they get informed as to when the live broadcasts are active. Maybe starting off with the Hilltop event, which will take place next week after we get done with the National Championships and the remaining events on our schedule. And also they get the opportunity to chat live with the rest of the supporters as well when the events go live. And there is that reminder, if you're not already subscribed, it only takes a few seconds and the benefits are many. So, all right, we've got day 6 of action to take to the water just momentarily. This is the 80th Goode Water Ski National Championships coming to you live from Mystic Lakes in Maize, Kansas, and we'll be back with more live coverage right after these.
water skiing brand holds all 6 world records. Masterline, made in the USA.
Hey, it's Neely Ross, Reflex Team Skier. In today's how-to video, we're going to be talking about how to turn your offside. The offside for left-footed skiers are balls 2, 4, and 6. The offside for right-footed skiers such as myself are 1, 3, and 5. Today, I will be talking about the offside for right-footed skiers for balls 1, 3, and 5. Our first major step for a good offside is the approach into the buoy. We want to think about our left hip staying connected with the handle and not dropping back. We also want to think about our shoulders and body facing slightly outward. Our second step, we want to focus on our left hand being low, straight, and with full connection to the boat to allow for full control. Our last step is the reconnection point. I want you to think about your left hip moving up and through the buoy line so then you can reconnect into a strong position.
All right, then, with the time at about 4 minutes to 8 a.m., we're going ahead with our first skier. This is Thomas Lawler in men's 4 tricks. Going with side slides and backs to get underway. Just looking and go through these initial tricks, going from, oh, look at that, to surface 5 back. Oh, good effort there. Save the side slides for the end. I thought he did them at the beginning, but Thomas Lawler doing a grand job there behind the Mastercraft towboat, one of the 3 approved towboat brands that pulls the AWSA competitions throughout the entirety of the season, including the national championships. Keeping the handle down nice and low and just passing it across the small of his back, and seems to have a pretty darn good grasp of tricking with 2 skis. Got a little bit caught up there with the 5 back, but continues to roll there and using high wrap bindings. Normally back in the day, way back in the day, when you had the likes of Ricky McCormick and company, the bindings weren't nearly as supportive, and yeah, things kind of got interesting there if you caught an edge. But today you have a little bit more control over a pair of trick skis, and certainly the perils of tricking onto are still very much there with those edge catches and those pulled muscles in between the legs, but experience helps to combat a lot of those pitfalls with tricking on 2. But it is a good gateway to learning onto 1. And I tell you what, we've seen some great tricking performances, some outstanding ones. I mean, not outstanding from the point of scoring. I mean, granted, you're going to get 1 or 2 scores over 10,000 points, and I mean, we saw Jake Abelson yesterday get towards that mark, as well as Erica Lang and Anna Gay, of course. But just some unusual stuff, like that 2-year-old kid a few days ago that got up on the trick ski, not on a deep water start, mind you, but on the back platform, assisted by his mom, Susie Davis. And I mean, that was a sight to see. As we look at Thomas Lawler get through the opening tricks, and he got through. He expended all of the tricks that he had in his bag on both passes, 2 skis and 1. So he should be pretty stoked about that. So looking at Thomas Lawler, who comes to us out of Martindale in Texas, which is the home city of San Marcos River Ranch. Tricked 610 points, as a matter of fact, in the South Central Regionals. Actually, the Junior Development Tournament. In the South Central Regionals, he tricked 280. And I suspect he's done more than that with the effort here. Here comes Craig Tim. One ski, would ordinarily ski in the A2 category in adaptive competition, but here he is, right here, right now, a second skier out in men's 4 tricks. We have 16 trickers in this event, and there is number 2. That is Craig Tim. Coming to us out of Center City in Minnesota. We'll have a look at some of the scoring that he's yielded this season, including a 920-point score last season at the Goode Water Ski National Championships over at Water's Edge in Wilmington, Illinois. In the Midwest Regionals, he scored 670 points in the regionals. It's Craig Tim, and down he goes, and we will take a bit of a break here. Why don't you take a break with us as the 80th Goode Water Ski National Championships continue. All right, then, good morning once again. This is the 80th Goode Water Ski National Championships. And something that I got into a little bit just a few moments ago was the two-year-old who actually skied a few days ago in Boys One Tricks. Can't remember his exact name, but his last name was Davis, and his mom, Susie Davis, who I've known for quite a while, ever since my collegiate days, where I skied for Louisiana Lafayette, and she skied, I believe, for Rollins. Obviously, a few years have passed since then, and obviously she has a pretty large family of skiers in her stable, and one of them was 2 years old in Boys One Tricks. And the unusual thing about that was the start, as we saw Craig Tim go down on pass number 2 with toes. The start with that little kid was right on the back platform. Now, I know that some of you have commented on the live chat whether that's safe or whether that should be allowed, but it's perfectly feasible under the rules. And that young man is certainly enjoying life on that trick ski with encouragement from one of the true legends in the sport, in the form of Susie Davis, formerly Susie Law, of course, who came out of Sparta in Virginia and still lives in that state, in Milford, Virginia, as a matter of fact. And I actually raised the question of the safety of doing something like that with a couple of friends of mine, Richard Abelson and Jimmy Seamers, as I just went round to the Goode stand to find out a little bit more about the trick skis that they have, the MK1 and also the new Avalon trick ski that has been launched here. And we saw Jake Abelson trick on that particular model and looked absolutely fantastic. And shape of that ski, they said, was kind of influenced by surfboard technology, and the tips of the ski are actually designed to provide a little bit of release off the wake, that just additional pop that's necessary to keep water speed up and tricks flowing from one side of the wake to the other during the course of a 20-second pass for the higher echelon skiers. For the MK1, for its most part, has got a more traditional shape and a more traditional a rocker profile, where it is a little flatter in the center and curved up at the tips. And they actually have models of those trick skis which are slightly larger, so that skiers like, say, in men's 4, that are carrying a little bit of excess bulk can still get up on that trick ski and still trick like they used to back in the day, and do it with relative ease. That trick ski, courtesy of Goode Carbon Technologies, the MK1. I'm sure we're going to see many of our skiers coming forward with that Goode trick ski, as well as a slew of other brands as well. I mean, trick skiing, in my mind, is certainly seeing a resurgence in the last few seasons. I mean, there's no two ways about it. I mean, you've got the Radar Graviton trick ski, you've got the Goode trick skis, more than one model of trick ski. D3 have been making trick skis for donkey's years. Reflex are still in the game as well. And you know, there is plenty of choices on the market now in regards to trick skis. All you have to do is search out, and even if you don't go for the newer model, there's still plenty to choose from skiitagain.com. All you have to do is go online and check them out, and see if you can't get yourself back out there on a pair of trick skis, or even one trick ski. The skier on the water is Jeff Berridge, going in with 2 tricks. Oh, and going down quite hard there, catching an edge. We saw his kids a little bit earlier on in the competition with their attempts in the tricking course, and looking pretty splendid out there with the Surface O. Getting caught there on the second half of that turn. There we go, another 360 spin. Now tries the 540, and there we go to the back. A little partition spin, and unfortunately not keeping that line tight all the way through. It's Jason Berridge, and we're going to go to a commercial break, and we'll return right after this.
All eyes on the way I vibe when I walk into the room. Wind blows underneath the soles of my brand new pair of shoes. I got the attention, I'm on a mission. No sweat in the way I step, I got a fresh...
Then here comes Jason Berridge, shed with one ski, and coming into course on a HO vintage model trick ski from back in the 80s and even early 90s. There it is, the HO Extreme trick ski with that famous, or rather infamous, yellow bottom. Put it back into the front, look it and go, look at the spins. Not a bad effort there to the back. Oh, and tries the back-to-back, and coming up a little bit short, just not getting much advance on the rope there for the 360 spin. And that is Jason Berridge. Broken over on the waist a little bit there for the wake front, but he's still able to get that move. After 5 days of competition, we're done with the junior divisions from boys and girls 1 to boys and girls 5. We took care of the last of that yesterday. Now it's time for their parents to go out and play. And they'll be joined as well by skiers who have recently aged out of the older junior divisions into men's and women's 1. We'll see those later on during the course of the competition here. This is Ryan Leaf. Tricking past the red buoy. Is in the performance zone, so to speak. Here's Ryan Leff, who comes to us out of the South Central region. Oh, he's going to try the backflip. Oh, look at that elevation. Does he get it? Yeah, look at that. Wow, 4 skiers in to the men's 4 competition and taking the backflip and just sending it.
Okay, we're going to move right along. We got Greg Betray coming in. We got somebody in the chat here.
Coming to us out of Rockwell in Texas.
Thanks for being here, rooting on Greg on the live chat and bring him in. This is pass number 1. Course here as he's making his way to 4.
So last season at the Goode Water Ski National Championships, the Rockwell native Ryan Leff scored 1,060 points.
Pretty high there coming through the wakes. Then the handle comes in kind of high at the chest, which causes him to get pulled forward.
And just looking at Ryan Leff, and this will contribute heavily to his point total. Does he get up? Yeah, he does. Good effort, and we will return to Ryan Leff in just a moment or so. All right, so Ryan Leff, he's getting ready for pass number 2. Tricked 540 points in the men's 4 competition in the South Central Regional Championship. And I would suggest that he's probably outstripped that score just by the sheer fact that on that singular trick towards the end, that was 500 points. So performing the best of the season, Ryan Leff. Going through some of the wake tricks. Does he have anything else? Oh, it goes for the front flip. Oh, my word. So not a bad effort. That would have been an additional 800 points had he have landed it. But the sheer fact that he had a large array of tricks before the backflip on pass number 1, then a decent smattering of tricks on pass number 2, should mean that this is probably his best trick score, certainly within the last 12 months. So well done to him. That is Ryan Leff, and we're going to see his attempt at the front flip. Should come into the wake. Doesn't really load that much, and he doesn't get that pop off the top of the wake. And we will continue on with our next skier. It'll be James Powell next. So welcome back, just coming around the corner, and one of our official on-site announcers at these nationals. This is James Powell.
All right, one of our assistant announcers here.
Here is James Powell. Let's see what he does with pass number 1.
Dennis Downs working through this 32 mile an hour, 22 off
Coming to us out of Lawton in Virginia. Just working his way slowly but surely with the one ski, the surface back to back. There's the wake back. Working with that rather larger trick ski. And getting through most of the tricks that he had earmarked for pass number 1. Tricked 1,340 points out of the Maryland State Championships. In the regionals, scored 1,050 to place second in the men's 4 category. There was the surface 540. And I believe tried to do the same thing again. And there he is on that enlarged trick ski, the MK1, courtesy of Goode Carbon Technologies. We thank them once again for their continued support, and we will continue to James Powell's second pass right after this. All right, James Powell getting ready for pass number 2, and welcome once again to the 80th Goode Water Ski National Championships. Day 6 of competition. And we've got men's 4 tricking right now. We'll try and get some scores out to you as and when they become available. Here's James Powell. And just take a look at that trick ski, the Goode MK1. Made in those sizes for trick skiers that probably need a little bit more in terms of surface area. Dimensionally, it still has the same ratio as a high echelon trick ski, but just a little more surface area for skiers such as James Powell to work with. So, just getting a little bit bogged down with the third trick in this run. Just thought about doing the 360 and then thought, All right then, as that boat makes its way to the dock, we're going to take a step to one side and we'll rejoin the men's 4 tricks with Casey Kohler next.
Try match play at bplayfield.com.
All right, then coming in past number 1, this is Casey Kohler in men's 4 tricks. Just trying to dance his way across the surface. Nicely done on the surface moves, the surface back to back and its reverse wake. Oh, back to back, good elevation there. And a couple of surface moves outside the wake where the water does tend to be a little calmer, but a little less level. That's Casey Kohler. Coming to us out at the Midwest, I believe. Out of Kearney in Missouri, as a matter of fact. Just holding that handle very close to his body.
So now he's going to speed the boat up and
So working his way through these tricks, and as tricked as high as 1,250 points in previous competitions. And a good morning to all of you out there that are joining us here for day 6 of coverage of the Water Ski National Championships, the Good Water Ski National Championships. As we take a look around the starting dock area, we should see Kirk Schwartzbar getting ready to go next, but we're only halfway done with Casey Kohler, who's made his way through his opening pass. Last year in 2021, and still under the scoring for 2022 during the Fall Fun Classic. He actually tricked 1,660 points. Here's Casey. Ooh, a little bit off center, and I don't think he's going to score that much. But it's a decent run. It's a decent effort there from start to that finish. Casey Kohler, who is our 6th skier out in this men's 4 tricking event. So looking at Casey once again. Good rotation there, a nice release and advance up on the boat for a good portion of these tricks. Just letting the rope go at the critical moment, unfortunately causing him to fall. That is Casey Kohler. Skier on the water is Mark Schwartzberg. Let's see what he has with the opening pass of tricks. Looking in decent position. Kirk Schwartzberg, or Schwartzbar, I beg your pardon. Coming to us out of Omaha in Nebraska. And nicely done. All the way through that pass of tricks. Going to get a score from him very, very soon, I would imagine. But the scores in the season thus far for him, he's competed in the Fall Fun Classic last season, last calendar year in 2021, and also the Nebraska State Championship this year. In the Nebraska State Championship, he was really on form and tricked 1930 points to place second in those championships. And in the Midwest Regional Championships, a little off the boil with 970 points. He tricked that last week, but looking to kind of redeem himself a little bit, having finished 6th in those Midwest Regional Championships in men's 4.
Right along. We're going to have another California boy coming up here, Mr. Rick.
All right, then. So we're going to take a little bit of a break. We'll return to Kurt Schwarzbach next. Here comes Kurt Schwarzbach with pass number 2. Picking him up from the west end. These lakes run east to west. Keeping the boat speed up high, making sure that there is sufficient enough water speed to keep him on top of the water on that trick ski. Yeah, he stands up essentially both runs. Nicely done there for Kurt Schwarzbach. So great skiing there all the way through. Absolutely on his game this morning, and wanted to redeem himself after the subpar performance in the Midwest Regionals last week. I'd say he's just done it. We're about halfway through the list of skiers in the men's 4 tricks, 16 in all. We're on about to go with skier number 8. And that score and that competitor comes to us out of North Richmond Hills in Texas. And it is going to be Chuck Comfer, or Charles to a more formal moniker. But Chuck works well for his friends. Tricked 1,910 points in the South Central Regionals to place 3rd in men's 4. Bouncing up and down on that trick ski, just trying to get into a good tempo, a good little rhythm from one to the next, one trick to the next. Try and not to get bogged down in any way, shape, or form. But having said that, Charles Comfer going down there towards the end, outside the wake. I think he was attempting a side slide or 2, or maybe the odd back-to-back. But Chuck Comfer looking especially good out there. Competed in the Ski Haven June competition, where he tricked a little over 2,000 points, and also tricked over 2K at the Rick Malik Memorial as well. And yeah, just ran out of steam towards the end, and that is Chuck Comfer. We're going to get ready to pull him, and we'll return with him right after these.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
All right then, and good to have you on board. My name's Tony Lightfoot, and glad to have you on board. And we're continuing to roll right along with Chuck Confer, and getting ready for pass number 2. This will consist of toes.
One of my favorite drivers as a kid because he's always smiling and made you really feel at home while you were taking a ski ride. Right now,
Settling in, Chuck Confer in men's 4 tricks for North Richmond Hills in Texas. Up, nice elevation. Stepping with the knee and not the entire leg over the line. That's the way it should be done. Trying to recover there off the wake line back, and did so successfully in order to stand a chance at completing the remaining tricks on that run. Yeah, good effort there from Chuck Confer. And good little effort there from him, getting from one side to the next. This is Chuck Confer. We're on skier number 8, halfway down the list of 16. And Chuck Confer doing a grand job there with the knee going over the line. There you can see how much easier it is to do line tricks when you're just directing that free leg, using the knee rather than the complete leg, and doing a fine job there. Also notice that his toe strap has an additional piece of webbing at the bottom, obviously constructed there so that when he put his foot in the toe strap, he did it a lot easier. Ryan Ripley is our next competitor up.
Has a best score of 235 in the Tennessee State Championship.
Coming to us from Ingleside in Illinois. Just keeping a good, lively tempo there. There's the wake back-to-back. There's the reverse. Here's the Waco towards the end, into wrap and out of it. Good spins, good-looking pass. Very, very sprightly effort there. He's tricked over 2,200 points in the past. We'll take a quick look at the instant replay. Critical to get that start right as he passes the red buoy, the can trick mark. Anything performed up to that point is either a positional or just a warm-up trick out of the course. And of course, being as this competition is an E-rated competition, the full outer course is perfectly acceptable if it's only done once during the performance. If the full is recorded within the course, then that is taken into account so far as the performance is concerned. And we'll be returning with Ryan Ripley right after this. Here we go. This is Ryan Ripley, catching him with his second and final 20-second pass. Look at him go. There's the weight. Yeah, nicely done. All the way through. We arrived at this pass alive just after he started, but the benefit of instant replay allows us to show you this. We're right at the very start there with the surface O. Well, actually a surface 5, then he spins to the front, then does the reverse surface 5. Kind of bulks out of that one, but will continue to spin his way through the run before capping it with a couple of side slides, and then goes for his line tricks, which consisted of the wake line back. This is Ryan Ripley out of Ingleside in Indiana. In the Stillwaters Open, tricked 2,200 points. In the Midwest Regionals, tricked a little over $2,000 for a third-place finish in his division of men's 4. And you kind of get the sense as to how he did it with that little performance there from Ryan as skier number 9. All right, this is Roger Boscus out of Elkins in Arkansas, an architect by trade. Let's see what he's got for pass number 1. This is Roger Boscus. Just keeping a consistent flow from one trick to the next. And just leaving himself open to that fall. Roger Boscus there with the surface line back. Looks like he's smarting a little bit after that fall. Hopefully he's not hurt at all. Roger Boscus doesn't trick all that often, but when he does, it's normally pretty good. Cedar Creek July record, he tricked 920 points. And in the South Central Regionals, he tricked 2210. So a little bit hot and cold there for our Elkins, Arkansas native. That is Roger Boscus. He's working his way through the opening pass. There's a site in Elkins in Arkansas, which isn't too far away from Fayetteville, Arkansas. Itself the world headquarters of a Walmart nearby in Bentonville. And we're going to see Roger Boscus with the second pass now. All right, so good skiing there so far from Roger Boscus. We'll return him in shortly, and this is the 80th Goode Water Ski National Championships, and just want to thank all of our folks that have contributed to the GoFundMe that raised the necessary finances to put on this webcast at this event. So big ups to all of those who contributed. Also like to thank those who have advertised with us during the course of this season, including this event. And you can find out more info on being involved in that manner by contacting Vincent Stadelbauer, info@waterskibroadcasting.com. info@waterskibroadcasting.com, or actually go to waterskibroadcasting.com and you can find out more about TWBC. Anything that you want to find out about TWBC, you can find right there, including the schedule of future events, which will consist of the Hilltop Pro-Am next week, right after these championships. And they'll continue on to the Trophy Lakes Pro. All right, let's have a look. Here comes Roger Boscus, second and final 20-second run. A little bit skittish there with the attempt at the toe 5 back. Now working his way through the remaining tricks. A little length away, a little bit off axis there, and just not quite up to his immaculate best. Toe wake front, and just to put emphasis to that, Roger Bosca's taking the fall there on the toe wake front. So, Roger Boscas out of Arkansas, the natural state. Certainly an integral part of skiing in that area of the South Central region. Has hosted a number of record capability events. And that site itself, truly a gem right there in northwest Arkansas. So looking at Roger Boscas and just losing his balance, and down he goes. All right then, we've got Jason Weber. Jason Weber is our next competitor. About to take to the water. Jason Weber out of, I believe, out of Lincoln, Nebraska. Skied in last year's Nationals and yielded a score of 2370 points, which is exactly the same score that he produced at the Mystic Lakes 3 event. And he's been really consistent around 2,300 points, almost to a fault. He's only scored, the only scores that weren't 2,300 points and a little bit more or less were the two scores that he had at 2,400 points. So this is Jason Weber on the water. Looking in good shape. Very, very consistent tricking. Even right down to the Midwest Regional Championships, where he tricked 2,310 points just this past week to place second in the men's 4 category. So, working his way through these tricks from one side of the wake to the next. Not doing anything too spectacular, just working his way consistently from each trick. Not going for the big tricks per se, but just making sure that all of the smaller tricks that he is capable of doing, all sequenced out and all performed easily from one to the next. So Jason Weber there, including these surface turns, and a couple of sides at the end, and we should see him coming back very, very soon for pass number 2. That is Jason Weber, and we'll return to him right after this. All right, back on. We got Jason Weber coming up next. Then we'll continue on to our remaining 3 skiers in the men's 4 competition. We're on the 4th ranked skier. We've got Jason Weber, and as we're getting rather close there to the end, it would behoove me to give you some scores in men's 4 tricking, those that are available. Casey Kohler currently in the lead out of all the scores that have been contributed so far with 1420. Kurt Schwarzpaar with 1320. Ryan Leff with 1,060 points. Jason Berridge with 900, and Craig Tim with 890. Still got a lot of skiing to come. There are about 4 scores outstanding, including that of Jason Weber, who's just trying to stay balanced and get ready for the line back and line front. Trying not to get ahead of himself so far as balance is concerned. There's the wake line front. And I think he's tricked better on other occasions, but at least he's able to stand up in men's 4 tricks here at the National Championships at Mystic. So commendable effort in making it through the 2 20-second runs that he had outlined for this event. But now we're down to our last 3, starting with Kevin Withrow out of Scott in Arkansas. Just looking at his performance there with the line back and line front. All right then, here we go. We have got Kevin Withrow. Boom. Hits the first trick. There's the second with the hand-to-hand wake 3. Some subtle surface back-to-backs. Now he goes to the wake back-to-back. There's the wake front. Does he have anything more? Ski line back, an attempt on that one. I don't think the judges would score that based upon where the line is in relation to the ski for that move. But he skis all the way down, and we'll see how things shape up for Kevin Withrow. So far as scoring is concerned, the tricking event here at the National Championships is scored retroactively, meaning that that with the camera coverage from the boat, the SD cards are pulled for each skier, and they're brought to a panel of judges who will review it post performance. There you go, quite flat going into the wake there with the ski line back. And I don't think that particular trick will survive the scrutiny of our officials. A couple of side slides at the end, and his wife Jenny Withrow in the boat are looking over him, and we'll be looking at his second pass next. All right, here comes Kevin Withrow. We just received a score for Chuck Comfer of 16:10 to add to the other scores that are available at waterskiresults.com. Waterskiresults.com. You'll see the live feed for men's 4 trick as well as our other event that's taking place on the slalom lake. All right, so Kevin Withrow falling at about the third the way through the run. He started off with what was intentionally supposed to be a toe out, which he got, toe back and toe front. Then he leant away with the reverse toe back, leaving his ski behind, and his balance went into the water with it. So there we go, that is Kevin Withrow. We're down to our final 2 skiers in men's 4 tricks. We're going to see Jeff Serda in a few minutes, but before him, Pat Shaw next.
Since 1971, we've been pushing limits, dreaming up new ways to further what's possible. Never stopping until we have the most powerful and dependable inboard engine on the market. For a half century, we've powered countless wakes, endless smiles, and limitless potential. We will never stop leading, never stop pushing, and never stop dreaming. Indmar Marine Engines, pushing forward for the next 50 years and counting.
On the internet nowadays and social media, there's bits and pieces about how to get better, but there was never a program that tied everything together.
I was looking for something I could do mainly on the off season so that when I started skiing in the spring, I didn't feel like I was hit by a truck.
My mobility is better, I'm less sore. I felt like I was a 50-year-old that was closer to 60. Now I feel like I'm a 50-year-old that's kind of closer to 40. Yeah.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
All right then, so running on, we've got Pat Shaw out of Hartville in Missouri. Tricked 3,200 points to place second in last year's Good Water Ski National Championships. Has only tricked 2 other times in the last 12 months. The Midwest Regionals last week, he was the men's forward tricking champion, and unfortunately falling down rather early on pass number 1. Now, I don't know whether he's gotten... Now, I don't know whether he got past that red buoy. If it is, then that pass will be counted towards his... that fall will be counted against his total. If not, then that would be a fall out of course, and then he would be in a position to retry pass number 1. So dropping the handle, we'll find out if one or the other is the case right after this. Pat Shaw coming into the course here. Wake 5 back. Good aggressive start now, going in with the surface back-to-backs, winding on Wake back-to-back, and it's reverse. Trying to stay ahead of the game. There's the Wake 5 front, continuing right along. There is the surface back, surface line backs, and goes out to the Wake, and unfortunately getting a little bit too far ahead of the Wake and slipping out on the downslope. But a good aggressive start there. The Wake 5 back. Just trying to get into as high a tempo as he can possibly maintain very, very early into the run, including the Wake back-to-backs. Did the surface ones beforehand. Got those counted. Wake 5 front. There we go. There's the line back and line front. Then goes out towards the outside, and unfortunately just tried to arrest his speed going to the outside and just couldn't do it. Pat Shaw will return for pass number 2 right after. Right then, and back in our Missouri native, Pat Shaw, coming into the course with pass number 2 of toe tricks. Oh, look at that toe wrapping. Now, does he go for the toe Waco? No, he doesn't. He goes for the surface O. Oh, and leaning away from the boat. And just does not seem to be in the right frame of mind this morning to continue on with that toe pass. Just all kinds of shape there, and unfortunately not the right one. So Pat Shaw, patriarch of that Shaw family out in Missouri, out of Hartville. Scored 3,200 points at the Goode Water Ski Nationals last season to place second in men's 4. Is the Midwestern men's 4 tricking champion with 2,770 points that was performed just this past week. So let's see what Jeff Surday can do, our final competitor. Jeff Surday, one of the folks that was instrumental in organizing the 79th Goode Water Ski National Championships, which took place at his home side of Water's Edge in Wilmington last season. Jeff Surday, let's see what he's got. In the Illinois State Championships, scored 33.60, and I don't think he'll get close to that this time around unless he has a miraculous turn of fortune with pass number 2. He started off with toe tricks, the toe back and the toe front. Jeff Surday, who started out his tournament skiing career actually as a collegiate skier, skied for the Boilermakers of Purdue, and parlayed his enormous enthusiasm and an affection for the sport of tournament water skiing as far back as 1996, where he and a bunch of folks there on the Boilermaker ski team organized the Collegiate National Water Ski Championships. Now, put that in perspective. That is October. That event is generally held in October, but in a northern state where things start to get really, really cold, yeah, I'm sure you can absolutely imagine how cold it was. It was a pretty chilly experience for those that were part of it, and it was actually the first instance in which the Raging Cajun water ski team of Louisiana Lafayette came through with their first of many collegiate national titles. We're going to bring Jeff Surday back into the course momentarily, so stick around on the flip side of these.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat, a place where that summer feeling lasts all year long, a place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers, a place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
All right, coming into the course, there's the Waco for Jeff Surde to get off his second pass on a high tempo note, keeping the handle very, very close to his body. Does he have anything more? Wake 5 front, wake 5 back. Does he edge out and try a flip? He can certainly do a flip, but he didn't schedule one this time around, and he got through the second pass in men's 4 trick. He's our number 1 ranked skier coming into the men's 4 tricking event here at the Water Ski Nationals, the Goode Water Ski Nationals in the Midwest Regional Championship. Scored 2,020 points to place 4th, but fell halfway down the first pass of toe, so it's going to be really, really close so far as these scores are concerned in men's 4. And we do have scores with about 5 scores remaining. And Ryan Ripley is in the lead with 2,050 points. Roger Bosca's 1,790. Chuck Comfer with 1,610. Casey Kohler with 1,420. And Kurt Schwarzbach with 1,320. Those are your top 5 right now in men's 4 as we see. All right, we now go into our next category. It's women's 2. Sabrina Kowalek. All right, going through pass number 1, Sabrina Kowalek from Lee's Summit in Missouri. This is women's 2. And has only tricked a couple of times this season, the Midwest Regionals, where she placed 9th in women's 2 with a 610-point score. And skied at the Mocan pick and choose and scored 730 points. Just letting the handle get away from her. And goes down, and we will rejoin her in just a few moments. And good morning for those of you just joining us around about this time at little past 9 a.m. Central Daylight Time. This is Tony Lightfoot. This is the 80th Goode Water Ski National Championships. And we'll have Sabrina Kowalek of of Lee Summit in Missouri. We'll see what she's got on pass number 2. We'll see what she has. Looks like she's decided to go with 2 skis this time around instead of 1. There's the side slides. There's the unconventional spin towards the back. Now she's passing the handle across the back. Oh, look at this. Nice stuff. Continuing to trick. Let's see if she can go all the way to the end. Oh, 5 back on the surface. Oh, good reverse there. Now, does she go for the wake back? Oh, yeah, look at that. Oh, wow. Good skiing. Standing up all the way through with 2 skis. That is Sabrina Kowalak. And just keeping control of the handle, not pulling terribly hard. But then again, in a lot of cases, if you pull too hard, then it puts you off axis anyway and generates unnecessary slack. She just has that happy medium of pulling just hard enough to advance up on the boat without generating too much slack, just keeping that line not tight, but taut. And using a little bit of strength there to get back into the game there with that surface 5 back. Oh, and had to really work hard to make that 5 reverse happen. Was probably thinking about the wake back going to the outside, but tried it going on the inside, and not too sure whether that will make it within 20 seconds. But a commendable effort there from Sabrina Kowalek. Women's 2 trick continues on. We've got Abby Hutton. Out of Dallas in Texas, so therefore skiing in the South Central region. And tricked 11:20 at the South Central Regional Championships not too long ago. The South Central Regional Championships took place in Austin. They were scheduled to take place in the Houston area, but because of low water levels that were recorded at the site that was intended to run the championships, the decision was made early on to transfer it to another site in the Austin area. A decision that paid dividends for the folks involved. And there we go, that's Abby Hutton falling on pass number 1, and we'll see what she can do on pass number 2.
Only one water skiing brand holds all 6 world records. Masterline, made in the USA.
Hey, it's Neely Ross, Reflex Team Skier. In today's how-to video, we're going to be talking about how to turn your offside. The offside for left-footed skiers are balls 2, 4, and 6. The offside for right-footed skiers, such as myself, are 1, 3, and 5. Today, I will be talking about the offside for right-footed skiers for balls 1, 3, and 5. Our first major step for a good offside is the approach into the buoy. We want to think about our left hip staying connected with the handle and not dropping back. We also want to think about our shoulders and body facing slightly outward. Our second step, we want to focus on our left hand being low.
All right then, back on with action. We've got Abby Hutton from Dallas, Texas, and rather in the water there for her, rather early on pass number 2. Take a look at this once again. She attempted the toe side and didn't quite work out for her. So we're going to go on to Alex Kraus coming up next in women's 2 trick right after this.
Hi, my name is Brantley Hawkins. I'm one of the co-founders here at New Dimensions Wellness. My partner and I have over 20 plus years of sports medicine and exercise experience working with the most elite athletes in the world. Together, we have developed a proven system that has been sought out by these professional athletes and is now available to you.
You will move your body and loosen your joints in ways that you haven't before. It's not your typical weight training, it's not CrossFit, and it's not crunch fitness.
Once I got in here, it was a big eye-opener how much different that they go about everything.
Right, so making our way around the East Island. This is going to be Alex Kraus out of Maize in Kansas, which that's where we are here at the Mystic Lakes Water Ski Club. The proud host of these nationals. They've held the national championships in the past, about 5 or so years ago. Did a great enough job there that they're entertain us once again right here in the middle of central Kansas. Working away from one trick to the next, wake back and recovers, wake front. Good surface 5 there and another surface move, and all right, did okay on pass number 1. No worries there for her. The Midwest Regionals last week, she scored 13.20 to place 5th in women's 2 in the Mystic Lakes free event competition. Tricked as high as 1,240 points in the Kansas State Championships. Tricked in the region of 1,220 points.
Disappointment because he left some out here. He hit the gate really hard there when he turned in, so it causes him to have a little bit of extra speed.
All right, so we've got Alex Kraus coming in on pass number 2 in just a moment.
All eyes on the way I vibe when I walk into the room. Wind blows underneath the soles of my brand new pair of shoes. Got the attention, I'm on a mission. No sweat in the way I step, I got a friend.
Alex Kraus, pass number 2. Let's have a look and see. One trick to the next. Good effort for Alex Kraus out of Maize in Kansas. And you know, I think she might actually have something going on here with these tricks. Tricked 13-20 points in the regionals last week, so on a pretty good streak, I would say. That's Alex Kraus. Second and final 22nd pass. We'll see what she can do with so far as the points are concerned. All right, as we take a look at the instant replay for Alex Kraus, we're going to take a look at the point scores for the men's 4 tricks. We still don't have the score for Jeff Surday, but we do have the scores for Ryan Ripley with 2,050 points, Pat Shaw with 1990, Roger Boscus with 17.90, Jason Weber with 16.20, and Chuck Comfer with 16.10. So very close there with some of these. So looking at Alexandria Kraus towards the end. And now we're going to see Nikki Weber. Nikki Weber out of Lake Lotawana in Missouri. Working away with these moves, getting a little bit of slippage across the back of the boat, not allowing her to stay fully in control. That is Nikki Weber. When she's not skiing, is helping to organize the odd tournament or two, such as the Collegiate Nationals last season in Zachary, Louisiana. Tricked 790 points to place 8th in women's 2 tricks. And last season tricked 1,400 points to place in 8th nationally last season in the 79th Goode Water Ski National Championships in women's 1. A little slow there with the handle rotation on the wake back, but the wake front shouldn't be too bad there for her. Goes for the Waco, a little bit of a flat one. All right, we'll bring on Nikki Weber next. All right, continuing to go from one contestant to the next. I'm Tony Lightfoot. This is the 80th Goode Water Ski National Championship, and there is your schedule of events. Men's 4 tricks we're done with. Women's 2 we're about halfway through, and the remaining schedule you can see at waterskinationals.com. All right, here we are. Nikki Weber. To the toe back and to the toe front. Ooh, almost completely losing her balance there. Toe side. There's the reverse. Getting the foot out the strap. Does she have any more hand tricks? There's the wake. There's the surface back, wake back to back, and it's reverse. Good skiing. Standing up for the most part. Our Missouri native from Lake Lotawana. That is Nikki Weber going through the tricks that she wanted to make sure that she got on pass number 2 behind that Nautique towboat. As I said, almost losing it there on one of the toe tricks. I believe the toe wake front. Foot out the binding.
Start of this pass. Stick with it as it does, makes his way to the end of it, and yeah, nice looking opener there for Tracy Golfer.
Good effort there all the way throughout for Nikki Weber. All right, next gear up. It's going to be Chelsea Dunham out of Wichita in Kansas. And going down rather early. And placed 4th in the regionals in women's 2 with a 1,720 point score. And going down this early on the toe wake, I believe the toe wake front. It certainly doesn't bode well for her going forwards. All right, we'll return with her second pass next. 'Cause 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 right. This is the 80th Goode Water Ski National Championships. We're on day 6 of 7. And we certainly had a great tournament last night with the America's Cup Invitational. Freddy Krueger does what Freddy Krueger does in winning the jump competition. Laura Morgan, fantastic effort from her. And the slalom event provided us with 1 or 2 surprises, including the final matchup, which consisted of Ali Garcia, who came through with the win ahead of Anna Gay. And then our tricks event showed Kevin Jack, the winner there. And Anna Gay pulling through with her performance in the tricks event as well. So, just looking at this from Chelsea Dunham. Nicely done throughout that pass, but I don't think she'll get nearly as many points as she was anticipating for, purely because she fell on about the second trick in with her toe pass. All right.
Almost halfway through this event, I haven't seen anybody really take a crack at running this 35 off. We've had some skiers ski that had run into 38 this season, but not able to get any of our skiers get a really good look at 35. Right now, local time is 9:24 in the morning, so that glare is getting pretty bad.
All right, here we go. We're about to go live with our next competitor. This is Camille Holland. Tyler, I beg your pardon. A little Freudian slip there. And she qualified for these national championships in the southern region by tricking 23:10. The same score that she produced last season to place 6 in the women's 2 tricking competition. And it looks like the toe wake front is causing a couple of our skiers to get bogged down. That's exactly the same trick that threw Chelsea Dunham into the water, our previous skier. And with that, we'll step aside and take a break.
Try match play at bplayfield.com.
All right, and working our way along, and check out bplayfield.com, bplayfuel.com, and vote now for the matches that will appear on that site during the course of these championships. And Check out also the Flow Point Method, providing the tools for you to ski your best. flowpointmethod.com. All right, we've got Camille Tyler, who fell early on the toe pass, the toe wake front, and that trick taking out our last two competitors, including Camille Tyler, leaving her with just the tricks on a handle pass to count towards her total. We are about halfway through the tricks event in women's 2 tricks. Good edge, a good aggression here, skiing like someone that who means business out there and wants to redeem herself, and that is Camille Tyler going all the way through on her handle pass. So good effort there from start to finish, at least so far as the second pass is concerned. As I mentioned, has been consistent around 22:30 at 23:10, I beg your pardon. Performed that score twice in the last 12 months at last year's Nationals and at this year's Regionals. All right, next skier up out of Scott in Ohio. This now is Kerry McClure. Midwest Regionals, she placed first in women's 2 by tricking 23:60. Last year's Nationals, she tricked over 3,000 points to take the 4th place finish there. Oh, good height there. Not so much there with the reverse, but I believe she'll get that one credited because she spun the ski above the water. This is Kerry McClure. From the Buckeye State of Ohio. And just working away one trick to the next and making sure that each one is performed correctly. Looking quite sprightly on that trick ski, just trying to stay ahead of the ropes pull, especially for some of the wake tricks, pulling herself up over the lip of the wake to gain the height necessary. All right, Kerry McClure's second and final 22nd pass is next. All right, here we are with Kerry McClure. Working it one trick to the next. Okay. Doing a fine job there, getting through both passes and definitely putting herself in a good position to finish in the top 5. She is the number 5 ranked skier going into this national championship. Kerry McClure. Doing extremely well with these tricks. Like she's well practiced and well versed with every single one of them.
Okay, here we go. Sean Brown coming in. This is going to be 32 off.
All right, working our way into the course. This is Jade Hansen. From Rocheron in Texas. That's I believe that's the location of Ski Haven 1. Tricked 31.20 in the regional championships prior to these nationals. Tricked 29.30 at the Paul Risch Memorial Trick Tournament. All right, and there we go. That is Jade Hansen. In good shape all the way through that run. Not making too much of a foot wrong. Last season, she ended up in seventh in Women's 1 in last year's Good Water Ski National Championships. Hasn't tricked all that much or competed all that much this season, but has been pretty consistent in the times that she has stepped out in competitive action.
Okay, Sean Brown coming in. 35 off.
And there you go. Check out the TWBC YouTube channel, subscribe, and hit the bell icon. And I mean, look towards the end there with that toe wrap in. And we're going to rejoin her momentarily next.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
All right, here she comes. Second and final 20-second pass. This is Jade Hansen setting up the boat speed. Has already tricked exceptionally well with pass number 1, consistent of toe tricks as we work our way towards the higher seeds in Women's 2. This is a second run. Surface back-to-backs, wake back-to-backs. Here's Jade Hansen with the wake O. Here's the wake 5 front. There's the wake back. Does she have anything more? Here's the backflip. Yes, all smoothly done. And some surface turns on the outside, preceded by a couple of side slides. Yeah, now we're seeing more of the cream of the crop here with the Women's 2 competition in the tricks event. Working it from one move to the next there. Just trying to stay in tune with the handle and trying not to over advance herself or under pull. Jade Hansen. 500 points for that flip. Handle up a little high, has got a couple of side slide and a surface move. And there you go, almost fumbled the handle a little bit there, but seems to be okay. All right, on the water now is Kayla Herstad. Out of Fort Wayne in Indiana. All right, in the Ohio State Championships, this Fort Wayne, Indiana native scored 3,300 points. Last year's Goode World Water Ski Nationals yielded a third place finish for her in women's 2, scoring 3,200 points in the process. So that gives you an idea of what this young skier is capable of out of Indiana in the women's 2 tricking competition. We're down to our final 3 skiers, the top 3 ranked competitors from across the nation in women's 2 tricks are present here now. Just doing immaculate best there on the water. That is Kayla Herstad, and we'll see her come back in on pass number 2 next.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together.
All right, working our way back in on pass number 2. There's the toe front to front, toe back, and toe front goes for the toe slide before she goes in for the toe wakes, and now she goes in with the step sequence. Now, wake 5 back, good elevation there, and got the last third of that spin well within time. So there we go, that is Kayla Herstad. In very, very good shape with that run. So just keeping her speed and her momentum on a constantly forward motioning basis, including the wrapping with that wake 5 back. Nice rotation. Surface O, and just throws that side slide in there just for a few more points, and she should be pretty darn happy with that. But is it going to be enough? We still wait the score, the final score for the men's for tricking competition. I'll try and get that to you. Yes, Jeff Serde with 23.70, even though it's subpar for him, it is enough provisionally for the men's 4 national trick title. We're still trying to resolve women's 2. This now into the course from Royal Oak in Michigan. This is Amelie Danmeyer. In the Midwest Regional, scored 21.80 for a second place finish. Last year's Goode Water Ski Nationals, she was the champion in women's 2 tricks, scoring 37.90. This past summer, 38.20. She scored in the Michigan 3-event state championships. So Skier originally out of Van Wert in Ohio, now makes her home along with her husband, Kyle Dameyer, Royal Oak, Michigan. But just looking well practiced and well conditioned for the tricks event in women's 2. We're down to our last 2 competitors. She's the number 2 seed, Emily Dameyer. Just going from one trick to the next, staying incredibly focused. Yes, up until that point, Emily Dameyer getting ready for pass number 2. And it's going to occur right after this. All right, Emily Dameyer into the course right here and now. Toe tricks. Looks like she's wrapping for something along the lines of a toe 5 back. Yep, there's the toe 5 back. Keeping her weight very much on top of the ski and not pulling nearly enough as she needed to for that toe 5 front. That is Emily Dameyer. Kind of drop in the handle a little bit for the toe 5 back, but she was able to get herself situated. 3 tricks in. Here's the 4th one. Tried to pull from the back and realized that she didn't have enough and fell there with pass number 2. Our last skier to take to water in women's 2 tricks is going to be Jasmine Gagner. And coming to us from the southern region. Coming to us out of Pelham in Alabama. Used to live in Georgia not too long ago, but now making her a home in Alabama. Along with her husband, it's Jasmine Gagner, and already having an impact upon tournament water skiing in Alabama. She was one of the integral components of the organization that organized the water ski tournament of the World Games in Birmingham, Alabama, and doing a fine job there. Conditions for the athletes there, especially in slalom, as I spoke to her not too long ago, probably weren't all that great, but it was a tremendously well-produced show for tournament water skiing at the World Games about 3 or 4 weeks ago in Birmingham, Alabama. A showcase for sports that are not on the Olympic program, such as ours. Jasmine Gagner falling, tries the toe wake back to back and just not enough travel across the top of the wake, falling on the downslope. And Jasmine Gagner will see her second and final 20-second pass next. right, and welcome back. We're down to our final competitor in the women's 2 tricks competition here at the 80th Goode Water Ski National Championships. I'm Tony Lightfoot, and glad to provide you with this coverage of the women's 2 tricks there. And you saw a quick snapshot of our schedule for the day. We have Jasmine Gagner coming into the course just momentarily for their second and final 20-second pass. It's going to be tight towards the top, folks, with the women's 2 trick competition reaching its climax. Here we go. Jasmine Gagner, who in the Southern Regionals scored 37-10 points to win the women's 2 Southern Region title. Last year's national championship came up second in women's 2, tricking 3,320 points. Probably won't get close to that mark, taking into account the fall that she had on the toe wake back-to-back. And just looking visibly annoyed with herself on that fall on pass number 1, losing a good bulk of potential points. But let's have a look at this once again. This is our final women's 2 competitor in the tricks event before we go into men's 1. And Jasmine Gagner, along with her father, producing a binding system that releases instead of the heel, which is the conventional way that hard shell bindings release. It actually releases via the toe. And they certainly they use those bindings extensively, and not looking in too bad shape there with the handle run. This is Jasmine Gagner, who I mentioned before, a large part of the reason behind the success of the water ski tournament at the World Games held recently in Birmingham in her adopted home state of Alabama. All right, then. Now we are going to go on to men's 1 tricks. Eli Staver, I beg your pardon. Out of Maize in Kansas, which makes this this facility his home. Eli Staver. All right. Oh, and I think he might have done enough to get through pass number 1. Eli Staver, last year in the boys 5 competition, placed 20th in the tricks competition with 660. The Midwest Regional Championships this year in men's 1, placed 11th with 610. Eli Staver, pass number 2. Is getting into a little bit of awkward shape there while attempting the wake back-to-back, and decided to phone that one in on pass number 1, but shaking his fist towards the crowd. And we'll return right after this. Okay, Eli Staver on pass number 1. Oh, and going down rather early on that 360 spin, which will represent the balance of his performance. We're going to go with Trey Snell, our next competitor. All right, in the water there, Eli Staver, our next performer out of Murfreesboro in Tennessee. It is Trey Snell, a skier for the Moccasins of Florida Southern College. He's involved in their fundraiser tournament in this season and tricking 540 points for a third place finish in men's one. Placed 17th last season in boys 5 with an 800-point score in last year's nationals over in Wilmington, Illinois, at Water's Edge. Working his way with a pair of trick skis. Go with the nice surface spin. Yeah, there you go, a 720-degree spin. We'll take a look at this instant replay for Trey Snell as he transitions from the first pass to the second. Looking quite balanced on those skis. And we'll take you through one trick at a time and get ready for pass number 2.
On the internet nowadays and social media, there's bits and pieces about how to get better, but there was never a program that like tied everything together.
I was looking for something I could do mainly on the off season so that when I started skiing in the spring, I didn't feel like I was hit by a truck.
My mobility is better, I'm less sore. You know, I felt like I was a 50-year-old that was closer to 60. Now I feel like I'm a 50-year-old that's kind of closer to 40. Yeah.
All right then, so back on the water we have Trey Snell. Worked his way pretty well on with 2 skis. Let's see if he is equally proficient on one. 180s to the front. There we go, 360 spin. There you go with the reverse. Trey Snell keeping the handle next to his hip. There we go, tries the 7, and there you go, not bad effort there from him. Will easily admit that tricking is not quite his bag, but that doesn't stop him from trying. Good effort there on pass number 2 to complement the tricks that he produced on pass 1. And as you look at him tricking on this instant replay, we'll get to our next competitor, who should be Matthew Leach.
Quite well as of late. One of the junior skiers that we've seen in these events.
All right, so a skier who scored 920 points in the Capital Area Slalom Series finals there in Austin, and replicated that score in the South Central Regionals, also 920 points to place 5th in men's 1 and qualify for these nationals. This is Matthew Leach out of Round Rock in Texas. A large suburb of Austin, Round Rock, and going down rather hard there. So that is Matthew Leach. Placed second in the 2022 Texas State Championship with 750 points. Handle getting up a little bit high and thrown in towards the back. And we will return right after this.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
All right, then, continuing to roll right along. Welcome, if you're just joining us, and a special welcome to the 8,111 members of our subscriber base at the TWBC YouTube channel. Why don't you join them? It takes just barely a few seconds as our skier on the water, Matthew Leach, goes through his toe tricks, a little bit stiff with the standing leg, but then gets his back foot in and continues to rock and trying to reach around his back there for the wrap of the Waco, leaning in, and a recipe for disaster there on for Matthew Leach, but he enjoyed his experience there for these nationals in men's one tricks. Matthew Leach. Coming to us out of Round Rock, Texas, this is Matthew Leach. Just trying to get over the wake and pull in, and doesn't quite know how to wrap in quickly, so he ends up having to pull himself up on the braid. And then the hand ends up being in an improper position anyway. So there we go. That there is Matthew Leach. Ray Hamilton is now on the water. Our next skier, Ray Hamilton.
Getting a little down course. Can you get outside of 6? Yes, there you go. And that's the first skier of the day to run 35.
From Bucyrus in Kansas. Ray Hamilton, who tricked 970 points at the Midwest Regionals last week to place 8th. Handle up, way too high, and continues to roll. We'll have a look here with his pass. He fell halfway through this run. Scored 410 at the Kansas State Championships for a non-placement. And at the Husker Rip Fest, tricked 1,120 points. Handle up high, goes down, and we'll rejoin him after this. Here we go, second and final pass, Ray Hamilton. From Bucyrus in Kansas. Looking in decent shape there, just working his way through the toe tricks. Foot out the toe, taking a little bit of time out in the 22nd pass to get that situated. Does he go for the backflip? He certainly does, but unfortunately not enough elevation to make that trip happen. As he takes to the water, as he sinks in, we're going to bring in our next competitor, Garnett Fowler, as we look at the instant replay. Coming to us out of Crestwood in Kentucky. Our next competitor is going to be Garnett Fowler. Still looking at the latter end of this instant replay for Ray Hamilton.
Settled here in 2012 than our last year. Yeah, it looks really good there on that open pass.
All right, here we go. This is Garnett Fowler. Oh, looking in go with the surface tricks, working his way outside. Then the reverse is there's the wake back to back. Here's its reverse. Now it's going to edge out. It's going to try the backflip and just losing his edge and losing his traction into the wake there, and the ski unsurprisingly slips out from underneath him. A skier who has been been involved in the setup there at Bennett's World Ski School in Zachary for this past summer, and originally out of Crestwood in Kentucky. And Crestwood itself is next to Louisville, so it's a suburb there in Oldham County, right there towards the northern portion of the Bluegrass State. His tricking scores this season have ranged significantly from the Collegiate All-Stars, where he tricked 1,040 points, all the way up to his Southern Regional score of 37.70 to place third in Men's 1. And we'll be back with him right after. All right, rocking and rolling. We got Garnett Fowler about to get back into the trick course on his second and final 22nd pass. Yes, it's the tricking event. It's Men's 1, and we are about somewhere between 1/3 and 1/2 of the way through this event, as Garnett Fowler gets her warmed up for the tricks that he has on his second and final 22nd pass. It looks like he's going to get set up for either a Waco or rake 5 back. There's the Waco. A little bit out of sorts with the landing. He gets a couple of side slides. Does he go with the surface O? Yes, he does. Surface O reverse. Keeps the flow going. Now, does he go for the redemption here? The flip. Oh, and just unable to ski that one out. Garnett Fowler, who tricked 1,190 points in the Kentucky State Championships to a place in second in the Men's 1 event. So Garnett Fowler, who's a collegiate skier. Let's have a look and see what he can do, what he has done with the pass that he produced. Started off with the Waco and just threw a few simple tricks in there. Doesn't have enough tricks to fully fill out pass number 2, so he used it to provide us with. Provide himself with an opportunity to kind of redeem himself on that fall on the back flip there on pass number 1. This is Chase Wilson. Oh, and going in hard there off that Wake 5 front, going in really, really hard. Chase Wilson, who originates out of College Station in Texas, the home of Texas A&M. Those fighting Aggies, who have been an absolute revelation to the Southeastern Conference ever since they made their entrance into that athletic conference. Little under 10 years ago now. But so far as Chase Wilson is concerned, his best performance of the season, 1840. In the South Central Regional Championships, he placed 4th in Men's 1 with a 1,600 point total. And we will return to him very, very soon. right, so Chase Wilson is our skier on the water right now, getting ready to rock the roost. There is the schedule of events for today. Men's one tricks will be the final tricking event of today's action, and then everything else from there on out consists of the jump event. Here's Chase Wilson, just working his way very slowly through the toe turns, toe wake back and toe wake front. Not especially confident with toes. Or steps for that matter. But going through the moves. All right, and he gets all the way through. So he could be onto something here, our skier from the Lone Star State of Texas. This is Chase Wilson. Keeping that toe foot close to his standing knee, providing him with ample balance, and doing a grand job with the remaining portion of that run. So decent effort, decent performance there from Chase Wilson. Coming in, we've got Harrison Hartzler. Out of Lawrence in Kansas, the home of KU, Kansas University. Now he's going to try the backflip. Oh, and rushed into that one. Didn't really set himself up in the best position possible. So Harrison Hartzler, look at his tricky performance, 1870 to place 6 in men's 1 in the Midwest Regional. Didn't place in the Kansas State Championship, although he tricked 1780 in that particular event. And has tricked over 1,000 points in at least half of his 8 performances this season. Harrison Hartzler, we'll have a look at this. There's the wake back and the wake front. And just worked his way through. Tried to go for the backflip and just not enough rotation, and certainly didn't give himself any opportunity to look towards the boat to stabilize his shoulders. And we'll be back with his return pass.
Only one water skiing brand holds all 6 world records. Masterline, made in the USA.
Okay, returning with continuing coverage of the 80th Goode Water Ski National Championships. Wonderful to have you on board. The name's Tony Lightfoot. In the 6 of 7 days of live coverage, we got to thank the officials and all those that are involved in the successful execution of this event. And the boat sponsors, Malibu, Nautica, and Mastercraft, for allowing us to use their boats. In this instance, the Nautique is involved with pulling our tricker on the water, Harrison Hartzler. In the tricks events, the skiers get to choose what boat they want to go behind, whether it's the Nautique or the Mastercraft or indeed the Malibu. Here we go, Harrison Hartzler. Oh, almost going out the back there with that toe O. There is the toe front. There is the toe side. Toe wake back. Toe wake front, the hand, the toe foot almost getting a little bit too high there for him. And does he go for the back flip? He might as well try if he had a couple of seconds, but balked out on that decision. So he'll ski into the dock, and that will represent the balance of his effort as we work our way through to about the last 8 trickers on this list in men's 1. And these instant replays presented to you by Goode Carbon Technologies. Thank those cats indeed for supporting over 20 years worth of national championships, including this one. So major supporter of tournament water skiing in the United States, with their continued support of the national championships as its title sponsor. All right, next up, coming to us from the South Central region, it's Griffin Stange. And Griffin falling about halfway through the run. Griffin Stange out of Sherman in Texas. Hasn't tricked all that much in recent times. However, in the South Central Regional Championships, he tricked to a 3rd place finish in men's 1. In the South Central Collegiate Regionals, tricked marginally less with 1,600 points in the year of 2021 to qualify the Louisiana's Raging Cajuns to the national championship. And as we look at Griffin Stange take the fall on pass number 1, we'll take a quick break and return with his second pass.
Hi, my name is Brantley Hawkins. I'm one of the co-founders here at New Dimensions Wellness. My partner and I have over 20 plus years of sports medicine and exercise experience working with the most elite athletes in the world. Together, we have developed a proven system that has been sought out by these professional athletes and is now available to you.
You will move your body and loosen your joints in ways that you haven't before. It's not your typical weight training, it's not CrossFit, and it's not crunch fitness.
Once I got in here, it was a big eye-opener how much different that they go about everything.
All right, here we are. This is Griffin Stange. Pass number 2. To the back and to the front. There we go with some surface turns, surface O's. Outside the wake, here he goes with the first of his backflips. Yes, there we go. He nails that one. Here's the second one. A little bit short on the landing, but still manages to get out of that one. There we go, the flip twist front. Here we go, there's the front flip, and didn't get enough elevation to make that trick fully complete, but he certainly gave it his proverbial full-on big old college try. So Griffin Stange, who's consistently scored above 1,000 points in 2/3 of his tournaments, are going into this one. And has only tricked over 2K in 3 of them towards the end of the calendar year of 2021. Griffin Stange working his way towards the end on pass number 1. So there was Griffin Stange. And we'll go on to our next competitor, who should be Hunter Duffy. Coming to us out of Center City in Minnesota. All right, so a skier who was tricked as high as 27.70 in the event prior to these nationals. In last year's national championships in men's one, he placed in 5th place with a score of 2,100 points, so eager to try and move himself up higher on the ladder in men's one tricks. 2,100 points he scored at the Midwestern Regionals as well to place 5th just this past week. And as we look here at Hunter Duffy going through the motions with his step-in tricks, we'll get ready.
Slalom boat drivers for sure.
Excellent skiing from Hunter Duffy.
Those pro guys are really enjoying getting behind.
And we'll rejoin him in just a moment.
All eyes on the way I vibe when I walk into the room. Wind blows underneath the soles of my brand new pair of shoes. I got the attention. I'm on a mission. No sweat in the way I step. I got a fresh.
All right, and welcome back to the 80th Goode Water Ski National Championships. And be sure to patronize our sponsors here for this competition. Goode Carbon Technologies, Conley Skis, D3, Eagle Wetsuits, Radar Skis, Syndicate, the USA Water Ski and Wake Sports. We've got Safe Sport. We've got Ski Safe and Visit Central Florida among our supporters. And here we go. Coming in on pass number 2. This is Hunter Duffy. Toe out and continuing to control his tempo with the toe tricks. Good knee bend, good ankle bend as he rotates towards the back for the reverse toe back. But just not getting enough release on that line to rotate towards the back and effectively hold that move. So there we go. That is on the water Hunter Duffy. All right. So now we come down to our last six skiers remaining, starting off with Samuel Weber.
We're into our top 10 skiers. Trying to pull up some scores here for Sean.
Here we go. Here is Samuel Weber. All right. Oh, and going through some steps towards the end. Pretty sublime looking opening pass there for Samuel Weber, who originates out of Lincoln, Nebraska, so not too far away from these parts, well within the Midwest region. He's the number 4 ranked competitor out of the Midwest. based upon that position in the men's one competition in the Midwest Regional Championships. Last season in boys 5, in his last season in the junior divisions, snagged a 14th spot with 1,200 points, and will return in just a moment with his second pass. So here's Samuel Weber, men's 1 tricks. So working from one trick to the next, and there you go, standing up on that one. Yes, good skiing, good intensity. He tricked 86.60 in the Mystic Lakes free event, so he's well used to tricking at a high level here. But they pretty solid effort there on. All right, so looking at him at the end, that's Sam Weber. We're pushing in with our next competitor. This should be Parker Shaw. Coming to us out of the Show Me State of Missouri, out of Hartville. In the Midwest Regionals, he snagged a silver medal position, tricking 36.20 in the process. What does he do for us here? There we go, the flip twist back to front, and throwing in a couple of high point scoring flip moves towards the end, which should beef up his point potential as he looks to exceed upon the 6th place ranking that he had after last year's national championships at Water's Edge. He was in 6th place and he tricked 31.20. The difference with that and his best score of the season is the trick that you just saw, the backflip, which is a 500-point maneuver, and marginally higher in points is the flip twist back to front. All right, we'll return with Parker Shaw momentarily. All right, back on. We've got however many skiers we've got. We've got Carter Williams, we've got Cade Stockstill, Daniel Petraska, Zach Butterfield. Those are the remaining skiers that we've got. So whoever's in the lead in men's tricks past Samuel Weber could well be standing on the podium with a medal. So here we go. Keeping the toe foot next to the standing leg, allowing for easier and better. Oh, look at that. Toho into wrap straight in. No messing about. Toeko and tries the toe wake line back. No edge and no elevation there towards the end. But a decent effort all the way through. So Carter Williams is going to be our next competitor, but let's have a look at Parker Shaw working his way from one trick to the next.
Okay, Connor.
So getting through that particular run, that is Carter Williams. Now Carter Williams, there are a number of Carter Williams Williamses in the in this competition.
JT do that swirl with his rope, but he's getting the rope out of the water to make that slack hit a lot less. You see him get deep air out of 5, and then watch the 6 ball goes the ski as the slack needs to be.
So Carter Williams, who has tricked 42.80 as so far as his best trick score of the season out of Boulder in Colorado, getting good elevation here. Oh, throwing some flips down. Each of these high point values over 500 points for each one, and looking very strong indeed. Carter Williams on pass number 1 out of Boulder, Colorado. Tricked 42.80 earlier on this season, and in last year's Good Water Ski National Championships, placed in 3rd in men's 1 with 35.60. In the Western Regionals prior to this competition, placed in 4th with a score of 34.80. And just look at these flips. High elevation, good edge, good rotation on some of them as well, and just nicely done. Taking a fall towards the end, but that won't matter so much. He was at about 20 seconds there, and we'll all turn right after. All right, then, here we are. We have Carter Williams. Already has a substantial amount of points in his back pocket after pass number 1. And not looking to attempt toe tricks on pass number 2. These are more or less the lanyard tricks, the ones that he doesn't get to perform because his opening pass is so laden with flips. However, he does try the mow back. Oh, and slaps that ski down quite violently and falls just as quickly. That is Carter Williams out of Boulder in Colorado. 34.80 in the Western Regional Championships to make it here with a 4th place finish in men's 1. Got a 3rd place finish last year in the Nationals with 35.60, so the margin between qualifying out of the region and actually placing at the National Championship level is very slight. So now our next competitor should be Cade Stockstill as we just Just didn't quite spot the landing early enough. He would have, had he had done that, he might have gotten away with that. Okay, we'll go to a quick commercial break right after this.
Try match play at bplayfield.com.
All right, then, working his way into the tricking course, it's going to be from Katy in Texas. This is Cade Stockstill. In the June Jam at Lyman Land a little bit earlier on this season, he tricked 39.10. He replicated that score at the Regina Jaquess Open 5 and also in the Alabama State water ski tournament. Skied in the southern regions and placed second in men's one with a score of 37.70. So here comes Cade Stockstill. Very quick with the surface spins. Here we go. Look at him. Setting the boat speed up very, very quickly indeed to facilitate these moves. There we go with surface tricks. Oh my word, there you go. Fantastic looking pass. Not too many wake tricks, but I figured that if he is going to empty the tank with hand tricks, he might as well do them all. Wake 5 back to get things off on a higher tempo. Set the boat speed up at least 2.5 miles an hour higher than most of our other skiers have at this point. It keeps the wakes close together. Means he doesn't have to travel too much to get from one wake to the next. Did the wake tricks for about the first half to 2/3 the way through the run, and then he just went all in with the surface moves, surface O's. Then I believe he unleashed a 7, but not quite. Okay, Cade Stockstill coming back in. All right then, so here we go, our third seeded skier in men's one, Cade Stockstill, starting to provide us with evidence as to why he's the number 3 skier in the nation in men's one tricks. Ski line back and to the front. Waco, does he have anything more for Cade Stockstill? Does he have the ski line back to back? Certainly does, but didn't ride enough up the wake to gain a full elevation and completion of that move. There we go. There's the regular backflip. He arrests the landing a little bit. There's the regular backflip. It's reverse and then goes in for the flip twist to the back, and then has a few throwaway tricks here. But before that, he goes on to the ski line back and with the 180 to the front, goes in for the Waco. There we go, a side slide in each direction, a hop to the back, and then tries the ski line back to back, but unfortunately not getting the right kind of launch to make that happen. All right then, we'll be back in just a moment with our next competitor.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Right then, we got Daniel Prochaska from Palace Heights in Illinois. He streaked over 4,400 points and did that at the Illinois State Championships not too long ago. In the Midwest Regionals, he streaked 4,170. And we're going to start to understand why. There we go. There's the backflip. Here is the reverse. Brings the ski down. There we go. There's the flip twist back. Holds that position, flip twist front. 4 flips he can do out of a possible 6. A 360 spin outside the wake, and he nails that wonderful looking opening pass. That is Daniel Prochaska. Starts off with the Waco, a very sprightly and high tempo start. Relatively simple on the grand scheme of things for a skier ranked as high as Daniel is in this competition. 1 backflip, that's 500 points. Another one, which is another 500 points. Doing a grand effort with that particular pass. All right, and we'll be back with Daniel right after this.
Since 1971, we've been pushing limits, dreaming up new ways to further what's possible. Never stopping until we have the most powerful and dependable inboard engine on the market. For a half-century, we've powered countless.
All right, here comes Daniel Prochaska from Palace Heights in Illinois, making his way through pass number 1, and for the most part, now going through his toe tricks. Tricked shy of 5,000 points this season. He's going to try and push it as high as he can. There we go, toe into wrap, and try to grab the line. Yeah, there we go. A little bit of celebration there from him, getting as far as he did with the toe pass. That could well have a major bearing as to where the men's 1 national trick title would be going. There's only one competitor left. That one competitor is Zach Butterfield, and we're going to see him in a moment. But just look at these tricks. Keeping the toe foot close to the standing leg. I mean, that is an important consideration element to successful tricking with the toe tricks. Making sure that the balance remains over the tip of the ski with a good bent ankle and a good bent knee. He goes in with the toe wrapping, which was successful. He misses the line, and he's all over the show, and he's having to get that one back. Okay, so now our next competitor, our last tricker of the day, it is going to be Zach Butterfield. He's going to open up with toe tricks. We'll see what he has in store. Looks like it's going to be a toe 5 back to open up his account. Indeed it is, toe wake back to back. Working his way through these tricks. That is a toe 5, toe O out, toe O straight back in, toe wake O. Toe wake line back. Does he have a toe wake line back to back scheduled somewhere? Not quite, but he gets through pass number 1. That is Zach Butterfield. Zach Butterfield, who comes to us from the Lone Star State of Texas. Comes to us originally out of Sherman in Texas specifically. His record this season is a pretty impressive one. In Cedar Creek July record, he tricked 54.30. In each of the 2 rounds of a competition he had at his disposal there. In the regional championships, a little bit off the boil with 25.60, but he was in second place in the men's 1 tricking competition. And we will return to Zach Butterfield in just a moment.
On the internet nowadays and social media, there's bits and pieces about how to get better, but there was never a program that tied everything together.
I was looking for something I could do mainly on the off season so that when I started skiing in the spring, I didn't feel like I was hit by a truck.
My mobility is better, I'm less sore. I felt like I was a 50-year-old that was closer to 60. Now I feel like I'm a 50-year-old that's kind of closer to 40.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
All right, so as we get ready to put a climax onto the tricking event in men's 1, we got Zach Butterfield coming into the course very, very soon. Our last skier out. We'll see see about getting some scores for you in that particular division, such as the earliest scores in round 1 in men's 1.
on, Mike, get over to
We have had scores shy of 3,000 points. I'll read them out to you very, very soon. Here we go. This is Zach Butterfield, keeping the handle very close to his hip. Wake 5 front, now edging out. Here he goes for his flip sequence. There's one. Here's the second. 2 regular backflips, 1,000 points apiece. Ski line back. Now, I'm not too sure whether the ski actually made it over the line, but he's going to try it again. Yeah, there you go. Zach Butterfield, he's confident that he's ascended to the promised land. Good effort there, standing up on both runs. Good skiing there from Zach Butterfield. That concludes the men's one tricking competition. We're going to try and get as many points scores mentioned to you, save for the scores that have yet to come through. 2 scores, actually 1 score remains so far as being submitted in, and that's the score there from Zach Butterfield. And this is going to take a little bit of a while to unwrap. But in the meantime, I'll read us some scores as we see the redemption there on the ski line back-to-back, and great skiing there. So, point scores that we've had so far in the men's one. These are provisional. Samuel Weber with 29.60, Parker Shaw with 2600. With 25.30 is Griffin Stange, Chase Wilson with 22.60. And Hunter Duffy, 22.10, that represent the top 5. You can see the other results by going to waterskiresults.com. My name is Tony Lightfoot. That concludes the men's one tricking competition. Make sure you subscribe to the YouTube channel to be informed as to when live broadcasts become active, and also to be a part of the live chat. The next event is men's 4 jump. It's going to be a little bit of time to change between tricks and jump. We're going to spend that time by having a little bit of a break. And when we return, you'll see the top men's 4 jumpers in the nation. Next.
On the internet nowadays and social media, there's bits and pieces about how to get better, but there was never a program that tied everything together.
I was looking for something I could do mainly on the off season, so that when I started skiing in the spring, I didn't feel like I was hit by a truck.
My mobility is better, I'm less sore. I felt like I was a 50-year-old that was closer to 60. Now I feel like I'm a 50-year-old that's kind of closer to 40.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
Only one water skiing brand holds all 6 world records. Masterline, made in the USA.
Hey, it's Neely Ross, Reflex Team Skier. In today's how-to video, we're going to be talking about how to turn your offside. The offside for left-footed skiers are balls 2, 4, and 6. The offside for right-footed skiers such as myself are 1, 3, and 5. Today, I will be talking about the offside for right-footed skiers for balls 1, 3, and 5. first major step for a good offside is the approach into the buoy. We want to think about our left hip staying connected with the handle and not dropping back. We also want to think about our shoulders and body facing slightly outward. Our second step, we want to focus on our left hand being low, straight, and with full connection to the boat to allow for full control. Our last step is the reconnection point. I want you to think about your left hip moving up and through the buoy line so then you can reconnect into a strong position.
Hi, my name is Brantley Hawkins. I'm one of the co-founders here at New Dimensions Wellness. My partner and I have over 20 plus years of sports medicine and exercise experience working with the most elite athletes in the world. Together we have developed a proven system that has been sought out by these professional athletes and is now available to you.
You will move your body and loosen your joints in ways that you haven't before. It's not your typical weight training, it's not CrossFit, and it's not crunch fitness.
Once I got in here, it was a big eye-opener how much different that they go about everything.
Into the room, wind blows underneath the soles of my brand new parachute. I got the attention, I'm on a mission. No sweat in the way I step, I got a
Try match play at bplayfield.com.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Since 1971, we've been pushing limits, dreaming up new ways to further what's possible. Never stopping until we have the most powerful and dependable inboard engine on the market. For a half century, we've powered countless wakes, endless smiles, and limitless potential. We will never stop leading, never stop pushing, and never stop dreaming. Indmar Marine Engines, pushing forward for the next 50 years and counting.
On the internet nowadays and social media, there's bits and pieces about how to get better, but there was never a program that like tied everything together.
I was looking for something I could do mainly on the off seasons so that when I started skiing in the spring, I didn't feel like I was hit by a truck.
My mobility is better, I'm less sore. You know, I felt like I was a 50-year-old that was closer to 60. Now I feel like I'm a 50-year-old that's kind of closer to 40. Yeah.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
only one water skiing brand holds all 6 world records. Masterline, made in the USA.
Hey, it's Neely Ross, Reflex Team Skier. In today's how-to video, we're going to be talking about how to turn your offside. The offside for left-footed skiers are balls 2, 4, and 6. The offside for right-footed skiers such as myself are 1, 3, and 5. Today, I will be talking about the offside for right-footed skiers for balls 1, 3, and 5. Our first major step for a good offside is the approach into the buoy. We want to think about our left hip staying connected with the handle and not dropping back. We also want to think about our shoulders and body facing slightly outward. Our second step, we want to focus on our left hand being low, straight, and with full connection to the boat to allow for full control. Our last step is the reconnection point. I want you to think about your left hip moving up and through the buoy line so then you can reconnect into a strong position.
Hi, my name is Brantley Hawkins. I'm one of the co-founders here at New Dimensions Wellness. My partner and I have over 20 plus years of sports medicine and exercise experience working with the most elite athletes in the world. Together we have developed a proven system that has been sought out by these professional athletes and is now available to you.
You will move your body and loosen your joints in ways that you haven't before. It's not your typical weight training, it's not CrossFit, and it's not crunch fitness.
Once I got in here, it was a big eye-opener how much different that they go about everything.
Into the room, wind blows underneath the soles of my brand new parachute. I got the attention, I'm on a mission. No sweat in the way I step, I got a
Try match play at bplayfield.com.
All right then, and good morning to each and every one of you that's tuned in to the webcast of the 80th Goode Water Ski National Championships. This is men's for jump about to start, and our first competitor out is going to be Chuck Confer, and we'll send him into the jump momentarily. So whether you are tuned in to us from Amsterdam to Anchorage, from Doha to Dublin, from London to Los Angeles, from Seattle to Shanghai, you are most certainly welcome here for the webcast of the 80th Goode Water Ski National Championships. And we hope to keep you entertained between now and the end of these championships. Chuck Confer is our next competitor to take to the water. He's out there right now, and here he comes. He is a native of Fort Worth in Texas. Here comes Chuck Confer. And lands and rides out that jump. They're just waiting on the score for Chuck Confer for North Richmond Hills. It's just a little ways outside of Fort Worth in Texas, and he jumped 42 feet in his South Central Regional Championship qualifier, and he's now at 43 feet. So, another personal best, at least so far as this season is concerned in the last 12 months. Let's see if he's jumped any further in 2021. Yes, he's jumped 45 feet. So in 2021, he jumped at 45 feet and didn't jump in 2020. Although, having said that, a lot of people didn't either. 2018 jumped 37, so at 43 feet, he's very close to his PB of 45. Here comes Chuck Confer. Let's see what he has. Let's see if he can go a little bit further. Yep, he certainly can, but unfortunately unable to ride that jump out, so a full-on jump. Number 2 for Chuck Confer. Up and over and unable to land, and we will rejoin him for his third and final jump next.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
All right, continuing to roll right along. We've got men's 4 jump. We've just seen a Chuck Comfer go and a jump 43 feet. On jump number 1, a fall on the second, which means if he wants to score, he's got to land this next one. Great to have your enthusiasm and support going forwards. Right, jump number 3. And almost holds on to that one, but not quite, so he's going to have to make do with 43 feet, which is his best jump at distance that he's produced in the last 12 months. You go up and over. And handle up a little bit high, so unable to ride that jump out. And that is Chuck Comfer. Now, next competitor up, coming to us from Elkins in Arkansas. You see him on the dock. It's going to be Roger Boscus, and he'll be taken to the water next.
Number 1 job. Don't
Okay, we've got Roger Boscus on the water right now, age 51, out of Elkins in Arkansas, which is just a hop, skip, and a jump away from the northwest Arkansas city of Fayetteville, which is the home of the University of Arkansas. Had the pleasure of visiting that area of the country not too long ago to attend a Garth Brooks concert as part of his worldwide stadium tour. And here he comes, jump number 1 for Roger Boscus. And coming off the ramp at a slightly funny angle there, and won't land and ride out jump number 1, but he does have 2 attempts remaining. Just needs to keep hold of that handle just a little bit longer into the landing to allow the boat to pull him a little over the tips. Roger Boscus, jump number 1. We'll see jump number 2 next.
Since 1971, we've been pushing limits, dreaming up new ways to further what's possible. Never stopping until we have the most powerful and dependable inboard engine on the market. For a half century, we've powered countless wakes, endless smiles, and limitless potential. We will never stop leading, never stop pushing, and never stop dreaming. Indmar Marine Engines, pushing forward for the next 50 years and counting.
All right, Roger Bosca's approaching the jump here at the Mystic Lakes Water Ski Club. Second time. This is men's forward jump. Little bit of an edge, engaging the switch in that towboat. That ski getting rather squirrely upon him on the landing there. That is Roger Boscas. He's getting a little bit out of sorts in the water there. Just like opening up to come into land, but when he opens up like that, he throws all the weight to the back of the skis and just unable to land and ride that one out. So with one jump to come and no score, Roger Boscas will return right after this.
On the internet nowadays and social media, there's bits and pieces about how to get better, but there was never a program that like tied everything together.
I was looking for something I could do mainly on the off seasons so that when I started skiing in the spring, I didn't feel like I was hit by a truck.
My mobility is better, I'm less sore. I felt like I was a 50-year-old that was closer to 60. Now I feel like I'm a 50-year-old that's kind of closer to 40. Yeah.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
All right, returning now, we've got Roger Boscas. 2 jumps taken so far, none of them landed or scored. So it's now going to be a bit of a rough setup here, a rough situation for Roger Boscas. Jump number 3. Never mind him taking the lead. He's got to land a jump. And over and just about hangs onto it and rides it out, Roger Boscas. Jumped 53 feet in the South Central Regional Championships to end off in 6th place in men's 4, the equivalent of 16.2 meters. Off that ramp that's 23.5% in height, in angle, incline, whichever you want to call it. We're going to get the distance very, very soon before we bring on Thomas Lawler.
Hey, Bruce, if mine go well, I'll give you a thumbs up. We'll go on the start of 30, and then we'll go up a little higher. I'll give you a thumbs up.
All right, so the distance should be released here for Roger Boscas. It is a 55-foot jump. He's taken the lead with that, and he's also jumped further than he has all season. And that is Roger Boscus, and we go on to Thomas Lawler next. So, good effort there from Roger Boscus. 55-footer. And Thomas Lawler now getting ready for his 3 attempts at that ramp. And see if he can take over the lead from Roger Boscus, whose jump of 55 feet is his longest jump that he's jumped in a while. I'm looking at some of the previous seasons in where he could have potentially registered a score. So here we are, Thomas Lawler. Here comes Thomas Lawler out at Martindale in Texas. Up and over, and very similar technique or lack of it to Roger Boscus. He's jumped 61 feet at the San Marcos River Ranch LCQ for the Nationals. And he's jumped 56 feet to place 3rd in the men's 4 jump in the South Central regions. And we'll be back right after this.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
right, rejoining the action, we've got Thomas Lawler. No jump landing on the first attempt, but he makes up for it with a pretty solid landing on jump number 2. Working against 55 feet that Roger Boscus produced on his very last jump, his very last attempt at a landing to score. Thomas Lawler should be pretty happy with that one. All right, the jump distance pushing out now. It's a 51-footer, 5'1", 51 feet, with one singular attempt left. In the men's 4 jumps, we are 3 skiers in, and we've got 6 more skiers to go after. All right, here we go. Thomas Lawler, 51 feet. And up and getting pulled over his jump skis. So Thomas Lawler out of Martindale, Texas. His best jump of the season is a 61-footer. And he has jumped at 51 kilometers an hour in the past. Ramp is at 5 foot high, or 23.5% incline. So waiting on the third and last jump to come. He landed that one, and yeah, it's 54 feet. 54 feet, just under the measurement there for Roger Boscus. Let's take a quick look at that leaderboard, shall we? We've got Roger Boscus in the lead by 0.2 of a meter ahead of Thomas Lawler, 55 feet to 54. And there you see 43 feet for 13.1 meters. All right, Jason Barrage is next. And we're going to wait for his first jump in a few moments. So, working away now with the jump event. The lead distance by Roger Boscus is 55 feet. Jason Barrage hoping to attack that. We've got 6 more jumpers to come, including Jason. Here we are. Jason Barrage on jump number 1. Boat is as fast as 54K up and over. And he will get into a little bit of trouble with the landing. Just didn't square himself up enough over his skis. Pulled in on the line and then started to rock back, and from that point there was no hope of him riding that jump out. Back after this.
Only one water skiing brand holds all 6 world records. Masterline, made in the USA.
Hey, it's Neely Ross, Reflex Team Skier. In today's how-to video, we're going to be talking about how to turn your offside. The offside for left-footed skiers are balls 2, 4, and 6. The offside for right-footed skiers such as myself are 1, 3, and 5. Today, I will be talking about the offside for right-footed skiers for balls 1, 3, and 5. Our first major step for a good offside is the approach into the buoy. We want to think about our left hip staying connected with the handle and not dropping back. We also want to think about our shoulders and body facing slightly outward. Our second step, we want to focus on our left hand being low, straight, and with full connection to the boat to allow for full control. Our last step is the reconnection point. I want you to think about your left hip moving up and through the buoy line so then you can reconnect into a strong position.
All right then, so Jason Berridge coming up a little bit short on jump number 1. Here he is, jump number 2. Oh, just about keeps his feet underneath him with the boat speed going at 54 kilometers an hour. That is Jason Berridge. Men's 4 jumps. Up and over, and not quite as quick to bring the handle up to his chin this time. So that jump, being as it was taken at 54 kilometers an hour, should be a little bit further on that basis alone. Indeed it is. It's a 69-footer, 69 feet. And 69 feet, funnily enough, was the same distance jump that he needed to gain 7th place last year in the Goode Water Ski National Championships. And when we get done with his jumping, we'll see if that jump is actually further than the one he had last year, because we have something here called the metric system. And it is used as the primary means of measuring jump. We use metric, we convert to feet and inches, or rather just feet. And here we go. This is Jason Berridge. Oh, are you serious? You are kidding, right? Wide of the towboat, it's going to take a shallow 3/4 cut. Hey, and not bad. Does he land and skid? Ooh, and left that one ski and was working hard to land that jump, but no dice. So a fall on jump number 3 will ensure that his second jump of 69 feet is the one that carries. Up and over, and was struggling with the landing there. So with that, we will go on to our next competitor. It'll be Craig Tim, and he'll be someone to watch next.
Hi, my name is Brantley Hawkins. I'm one of the co-founders here at New Dimensions Wellness. My partner and I have over 20 plus years of sports medicine and exercise experience working with the most elite athletes in the world. Together, we have developed a proven system that has been sought out by these professional athletes and is now available to you.
You will move your body and loosen your joints in ways that you haven't before. It's not your typical weight training, it's not CrossFit, and it's not crunch fitness.
Once I got in here, it was a big eye-opener how much different that they go about everything.
into the room. Wind blows underneath the soles of my brand new pair of shoes. I got the attention, I'm on a mission. No sweat in the way I step, I got a
All right, our next competitor up is Craig Tim. Craig Tim, our next skier, and he's going to be an interesting skier to watch. Skiing in the able-bodied national championships. He's a multiple-time record holder in adaptive skiing, Craig Tim. Member of the United States adaptive water ski team. Would ordinarily compete in the A2 category, which is amputee 2, but he's here. We'll see what he's got on jump number 1. He's going to take a 3-quarter cut approach here, using something called a Dolga sling, which is attached to the jumpsuit, and the handle releases when he releases his left hand off the handle. Look at that, good solid jump there for Craig Tim. Jump number 1, going across the ramp. Good skiing there all the way through. Looks like that was the replay from our previous jump, but Craig Tim will get the distance for him shortly. Distance coming through, it's a 77-foot jump, 77 feet, which is his equal with his jump that he jumped last year at the Good Water Ski National Championships. It comes down whether that jump is actually equal to his metric distance of 23.6 meters associated with that jump. All right. And having looked at Craig Tim and looking at this instant replay, we will return to him right after this. All right, then, here we are. This is Craig Tim out of Center City in Minnesota. He's jumped consistently over 70 feet. Oh, good, solid strike there into the bottom of the ramp. Skis for the United States adaptive water ski team. Saw him perform under that function at the Adaptive World Championships about 2 seasons ago in Skarnes, Norway. He was impressive then, he's impressive now. The distance coming up will be I'm sure we'll be very, very close to the 80-foot mark. Exactly the same distance, 23.5 meters, 23.5. Jumped better in last year's national championship by 0.1 of a meter. So hailing out of Center City. We'll see if he's got the necessaries to come into the ramp with a little bit more force and jump in excess of 77 feet. He's in the lead there, mind you, with 4 competitors remaining. Jumped a 5th place finish in the Goode Water Ski National Championships last season. Oh, nice, comes in with a lot more heat, and he is definitely later with that one. He'll ski into shore, he's happy, and I suspect that jump might actually be a little bit further. So his best jump in the last 12 months is a 79-footer. Has jumped in excess of 80 feet before, as far as 83 feet way back in 2021. And has jumped actually 87 feet as his personal best way back in 2020. So let's see, we'll find out the distance. I believe, yeah, it's an 80-footer. Not quite his PB, but certainly his best jump of the season. So that's Craig Tim. We've got 4 competitors remaining. Craig Tim, by the virtue of the fact that he is in the lead with an 80-footer, has put himself on the podium and will not be denied that distinction. Next gear up, Ryan Ripley, taken to the water next. All right, welcome back to the 80th Goode Water Ski National Championships. I'm Tony Lightfoot, and this is continuing coverage of the men's 4 jumping competition. 4 competitors remain on this list. And starting off with Ryan Ripley as he makes his approach towards the ramp. He's going to go with the 3/4 cut. He's not messing around. His best jump in the last 12 months is an 84-foot jump. And he's definitely stretching it out to an 80-footer at the very least on the opening attempt. So jump number 1, safely under his belt. We're going to be pushing out a distance to you very, very soon. There it is, it's an 86-footer, 86 feet, which is 2 foot more than what he's produced this year. He jumped in men's 3 last season, he's in men's 4 now, so where he is at the moment. So, Ryan Ripley, my mistake, 87 feet he recorded at the Midwest Regional Championships just about a week or so ago, and that represents his personal best. However, he does have 2 attempts remaining to overhaul that distance, 84 feet or 26.5 meters. Here he comes. And skiing around the ramp for jump number 2. Didn't really like the setup on that one. The position was decent, but realized that he was going to be early. And with that, we'll step aside for a quick break.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Rejoining us for continuing coverage of the National Water Ski Championships, the 80th edition of title sponsored by Good Carbon Technologies. Once again, your support of this endeavor here is greatly appreciated, especially to those folks that contributed to the GoFundMe to make this webcast possible, so that anyone, regardless of where they are around the world, can check out the action here in Maize, Kansas, and Mystic Lakes for the National Water Ski Championship. Ryan Ripley on jump number 1 scores an 86-footer. Second jump, I believe, is going to be a skosh further. We'll find out in just a moment or so. So checking out on dockside, waiting for our next jumper to come. We're waiting on Ryan Ripley's last jump, a 78-footer, which means that his best jump is an 86. We're down to our final 3 competitors in the jump event. We'll have a quick look at the leaderboard on the flip side of this break. But getting ready to jump, our third, number 3 seed, Ryan Leff, coming to you next. All right, now we've turned the page and we're now going to see Ryan Leff on jump number 1 in the men's 4 jump. Let's have a quick look at the leaderboard if we can throw that up on the screen. Ryan Ripley with 26.2 for 86 feet. Craig Tim with 24.4 for 80 feet. Jason Berridge with 69 feet. And they see the rest of the list of jumpers. You can find the full list by going to waterskiresults.com. Here we go. Jump for Ryan Leff. Good, solid edge and speed and good stability. That is Ryan Leff with jump number 1. Just getting great direction across the surface of the ramp. And there you go on the jump number 1. Should be close to taking the lead with that one. He's jumped at 90 feet in the past. So he's capable of producing a jump that will certainly give one or two of our competitors cause for concern. Here's the distance. It is a 92-footer, 92 feet. He is your new leader. And it's his best jump of the season, if not ever.
Those hips, so when she loads up, it doesn't get pulled out of the buoy. Like here, you see her getting separated in 4, so the handle's going to have to come in to eat out that slack she created.
Here we are. With Ryan Leff, already 1 jump to the good right now. He's already established a new lead score of 92 feet. Here he is, jump number 2. Yeah, and I think that one's going to be closer to 100 feet. Certainly has a good deal of speed. So turns and sets. And almost turns his skis too far away from the jump, but allowing the boat to pull him back into position. A good, solid effort there. Good, powerful boat. Taking him across the ramp. So waiting on the distance, 92 on the first, 94 on the second for Ryan out of Rockwell in Texas.
We're in this women's 5 slalom event. We're going to go back and pick up Jeannie Rivers in the next skier. You see her basically waiting her turn here.
Here we go. Jump number 3. Certainly no issue with him being a part of the top 5 on the list. As a matter of fact, in last season he placed 4th in the men's 4 jump competition. He jumped 90 feet then, or 27.3 meters. He's already jumped further than those distances. He already has a placement in the top 3. So he has improved from 1 year to the next. And unfortunately, passing up on jump number 3 was just way too early coming in. So, there is Ryan Leaf coming into shore. He should be okay with 94 feet. He is in the lead with that distance with 28.6 meters. Casey Kohler will be our next competitor to take to the water. We wait his first of 3 jumps next.
On the internet nowadays and social media, there's bits and pieces about how to get better, but there was never a program that like tied everything together.
I was looking for something I could do mainly on the off seasons so that when I started skiing in the spring, I didn't feel like I was hit by a truck.
My mobility is better, I'm less sore. You know, I felt like I was a 50-year-old that was closer to 60. Now I feel like I'm a 50-year-old that's kind of closer to 40. Yeah.
All right, we got Casey Kohler, our penultimate jumper in men's 4. Good load into the jump. Casey Kohler just making a directional adjustment off the landing in order for him to secure the score on jump number 1. Waiting on the distance, it should be revealed to us any moment now. The distance will be coming through very soon for Casey Kohler. My apologies for not putting that out to you. Okay, so 26.9 for Casey Kohler, and it's an 88 footer. That's right, 88 feet. So working to get a little bit higher up on the leaderboard, using the 3/4 cut to do just that. Up and off the jump and collapses in on the landing. So certainly came in with a lot of speed, but the control wasn't quite there. And crashing in on landing, and that represents the fall on jump number 2. And we'll be back right after this.
Since 1971, we've been pushing limits, dreaming up new ways to further what's possible. Never stopping until we have the most powerful and dependable inboard engine on the market. For a half century, we've powered countless wakes, endless smiles, and limitless potential. We will never stop leading, never stop pushing, and never stop dreaming. Indmar Marine Engines, pushing forward for the next 50 years and counting.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will.
Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
All right, here we are. Casey Kohler with a jump distance of 88 feet. His best jump of the season is a 94-footer. His best jump of the current 2022 scoring season. During this summer, his best jump is an 85-footer. Lands, and going down hard, which means that, and the 88-footer that he has is his best distance to carry, meaning that with one skier remaining, Ryan Leff is still very much in the lead with a 94-footer. Just putting the handle to the opposite hand and just losing his balance on the exit. All right, so with that jump of Casey Kohler, we're going to take a quick look at the leaderboard because we've got one competitor left to go, and there is the target, 94 feet, 28.6 meters. Casey Kohler has put himself in a position where he's in the top three at the extreme least. But our next jumper coming to us out of Wilmington in Illinois, it's going to be Jeff Surday next. All right, so back on. Got about 24 more skiers to go before we round off today's coverage of the jumping event. And we've got one more competitor to go in the men's 4 jump, and it is Jeff Surday. And Jeff Surday in his last season in men's 4 jumping, before he moves on to men's 5, where I'm sure that there is a change in maximum ramp height and maximum speed. The Illinois State Championship first place skier in men's 4 with 151 feet. Jumped 144 feet or 43.8 meters in the Midwest Regionals. Here comes Jeff Surday, one of the organizers at the 79th Goode Water Ski Championships last season. A decent, solid effort. Actually didn't ski in those nationals last season, even though he had a large hand in organizing it. Said that he couldn't devote all of his focus to his skiing through the organization of that tournament last season. So now he's come back into national championship contention, and he goes out there and wins men's 4 jump, from what we can tell. That jump has got to be in excess of over 100 feet, and indeed it is. It's 139, so he is your winner with a 139. That is Jeff Surday. We're going to bring him in for jump number 2 next. So it's going to go around that island and looking around, and should see something rather familiar about all of this. spoke to a couple of people here at Mystic Lakes, and they did actually model a lot of what they created based upon what inspired them from the Water's Edge facility in Wilmington, Illinois. Of course, there are a few differences, the amount of properties and so on and so forth, islands, the odd gazebo or two that's present at Water's Edge that isn't here, but you can definitely see a lot of similarities. Coming to you live from Maize, Kansas, this is the 80th Goode Water Ski National Championship, the last jumper in men's 4. Here he comes, Jeff Surde, very close to the bottom right-hand corner, and really shooting that jump out there. Does he land it? No, and he's very keen to throw the handle away as far as possible, because had he have gotten tangled up in that, it could have been seriously perilous to his health. Good extension, good flight off the top. Then he just got rocked onto the back and just couldn't ride out that jump. So Jeff Surde fall on jump number 2, and he's got one more attempt to come next. All right, continuing to work our way through this event. Glad to have the pleasure of your company once again. I'm Tony Lightfoot with the 80th Goode Water Ski National Championship. And Jeff Surde, he's already won the national title. Now, if he fancies having a look at the men's 4 national record, that's all it's going to be, because the men's national jump record currently stands at 58.2 meters or 191 feet, and that was set by Scott Ellis way back in 2018. He's certainly going to give this jump a go, though. Might not be as much as 190 feet, but he certainly puts in a lot of speed, a lot of height, and almost wanted to wave that jump off, but I think he'll be wise not to. He jumped to 139 on jump number 1, which was enough to seal the deal. But I think this one could be a little bit further for Jeff Surde. Very close to our ramp cam, as a matter of fact, and quite early into the base of the jump. So, skier who jumped 151 feet to win the Illinois State Championship has backed that up with a 140-foot jump. Is his best here, but not the best of the season. However, he does win the National Jump Championship with men's 4 jump with a distance of 140 feet, well in excess of the distances by Ryan Left, Casey Kohler, Ryan Ripley, and our 5th place going to Craig Tim. All right, jump coming up next. It's going to be men's 2. And the first jump from our first competitor, Paul Kulig, is coming up next.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
All right, then, welcome back. We've got two more divisions of jumping to come, starting off with men's 2, and then we'll go on to men's 5. Paul Kulig is our first jumper. Sound of that towboat. Here comes Paul Kulig, jump number 1. Oh, look at that. Oh no, and he goes down on jump number 1. Wow. So Paul Kulig there on jump number 1, and his best jump of the season. 179 feet at Eastern Regional Championships, competing under open men. When he competes under men's 2, his best jump of the season is a 171. Just complete ejection out of those jump skis. All right, we'll be back in a moment. All right, Paul Kulig there, jump with got a fall on jump number 1, quite a spectacular one as a matter of fact. Competing in the Eastern Regional Championships for a non-placement in men's 2 and jumped 171 feet or 52 meters exactly on a ramp that is 1.65 meters high. Here Here he comes. Jump number 2. Let's see if he can unleash something here. There we go. Good pull off the top. There we go. Good, solid looking jump there. No worries on that particular jump. He definitely scores with that. Coming to us out of Jupiter in Florida. Couldn't think for the life of me why he would ski in the eastern region when his other performances have been in the south. But I'm sure he has a valid enough reason. Good solid pull off the top and keeping a hold of that handle all the way through to the eventual landing. Distance. Okay, it's a 167 feet. That sets the mark for our remaining 11 jumpers to attack. All right, as we work our way through men's 2 jumps, some of you might be curious to know what the national record is. Well, Mark Lane set it with 216 feet and set it in the year 2004. So almost 20 years since that distance has been recorded for men's 2 jump. Here comes Paul Kulig, jump number 3. He's jumped to 167 already. He fell on the opening jump. And up a little bit high, but looking good with the approach, keeping the line tight whilst minimizing drag and maintaining water speed into the turn. Transitioning from the second wake into the jump looked fairly smooth. And we're waiting on the distance to come through. Paul Kulig. I think that one is going to be around the 170-foot range, maybe a little less. Okay, it's exactly the same distance, as a matter of fact. 50.9 meters, 50.9, or a 167. Mark Zimmerman is our next competitor to go in the men's 2 jump, and that's going to be next. Okay, back on. We've got Mark Zimmerman. And his best jump of the season in the South Central Regional Championships is a 70-footer, which was good enough for 3rd place in the men's 2 jump in the competition. All right, Mark Zimmerman, let's see if he can unleash something substantial. Oh, and just about lands it. Mark Zimmerman, who comes to us out of Austin in Texas. Age 29. last year in the jump competition, jumped 77 feet to snag a 9th place finish in men's 2 jump. Throws the fist in the air, he's enjoying that. We wait for the distance. Mark Zimmerman should, his distance should be pushing out in just a moment or so. We'll be intrigued to find out. Paul Kulig in as early as he is because he skied out of region and doesn't have a regional result per se that's associated with the southern region. Got it in the eastern region. That's a 76-foot jump, 76 feet on jump number 1 for Mark Zimmerman. All right. 2 more jumps to come. Looks like he's going to try a single cut again. He's jumped as high as 54 kilometers an hour. Did that at the Capital Area Slalom Finals. And up and over, and seems to have a pretty darn good handle on what he's doing out there on the jumping course. So, jumping up the 5-foot ramp height, 23.5% incline. Up and over. Should have no worries there. Distance is 77 feet, 77 feet, more or less the same distance. Again, maybe about a foot longer. One of them was 23.5, the 176, and the other was 23.7, and that put him into 177 feet.
Second, Kate Knafa third, Kim Butterfield fourth, and Kathy Eckert hanging in there, taking home 5th. So that's your leaderboard there.
All right, so coming down to one final attempt. He's already got 76 and 77 on the books. Good extension up and over, and we'll ride that jump there and lift his ski up. A little risky there to do that whilst you're still trying to land and score that jump, but whatever floats his boat, I guess. Mark Zimmerman impacts the jump. Good extension for our Austenite in the South Central region. And like I said, he has jumped 77 feet. The boat speed in that instance was 54K. Oh, yeah, it's a 72-foot jump and losing a bit of distance, but his best one is 77 feet. Let's have a quick look at the leaderboard. Paul Kulig in the lead with 50.9, which is more than double the distance of the next person underneath in the form of Mark Zimmerman. All right, we'll be back with Kevin Jack next.
Only one water skiing brand holds all 6 world records. Masterline, made in the USA.
Hey, it's Neely Ross, Reflex Team Skier. In today's how-to video, we're going to be talking about how to turn your offside. offside for left-footed skiers are balls 2, 4, and 6. The offside for right-footed skiers such as myself are 1, 3, and 5. Today, I will be talking about the offside for right-footed skiers for balls 1, 3, and 5. Our first major step for a good offside is the approach into the buoy. We want to think about our left hip staying connected with the handle and not dropping back. We also want to think about our shoulders and body facing slightly outward. Our second step, we want to focus on our left hand being low.
All right then, here we are. First jump for Kevin Jack. 3 attempts. Oh, good bit of speed there. Kevin Jack, who comes to us out of Winter Haven in Florida. Jumping at the Southern Regionals, where he landed a 92-footer, which is 28 meters exactly. And jumped also 84 feet at the Florida State Championships. Of course, it's marginally less. All right, so all right, jump distance, 111 feet, 111, or 38, or 33.8 meters, 33.8. So, Kevin Jack right now sitting in second place right now. Still that huge jump from Paul Kulig with a 167 to open up the jumping in men's 2. Here is Kevin Jack on jump number 2. Good slow turn. A little early, mind you, but still able to get onto the jump. Just trying to utilize the power of that towboat to full effect into the bottom of the ramp. Power of that Malibu Response TXI. Good firm grip of that handle. And great skiing and great jumping all the way through on that opening jump. But a little bit early, I would say. And it is 117 feet, and looking forward to jump number 3. And also looking forward to his appearance on the United States show ski team, which will be competing against a whole slew of countries from around the world, including the likes of Australia in the IWWF Show Ski World Tournament. And that will take place in October in Winter Haven, Florida, his hometown. All right then, so 117 feet on jump number 2, which is the equivalent of 35.6 meters. Oh, I think that one is going to be about the same distance, just skiing away from the second wake and just not staying over his skis, letting the skis dictate more of the distance for him. And off there, just right up there, and just trying to maintain his balance in the air and ski out from jump number 3. It could be relatively close to 120 feet, but we'll see how close it is. No, he actually loses distance on jump number 3. He kind of wheelied out towards the back. And as a result, 170 feet is his best distance. We're going to take a quick look at the leaderboard. Paul Kulik with a 167, Kevin Jack 117, and Mark Zimmerman 77 feet. Tucker Johnson is next, and we'll see the first of his 3 jumps in a moment.
Hi, my name is Brantley Hawkins. I'm one of the co-founders here at New Dimensions Wellness. My partner and I have over 20 plus years of sports medicine and exercise experience working with the most elite athletes in the world. Together, we have developed a proven system that has been sought out by these professional athletes and is now available to you.
You will move your body and loosen your joints in ways that you haven't before. It's not your typical weight training, it's not CrossFit, and it's not crunch fitness.
Once I got in here, it was a big eye-opener how much different that they go about everything.
All right, then. We have a skier about to take to the water. Tucker Johnson, who comes to us out of Edgewater in Colorado. In the South Central Regional Championships, Tucker Johnson jumped 101 feet. So looking for a good dose of distance here. Tucker Johnson. We're almost halfway done with the men's 2 jump. Little under halfway. Oh, and trying to get up on that jump. Unfortunately, there for him, coming up a little bit short on the landing. He was early. He could have passed there, but decided to keep the jump, and which makes the landing a little bit difficult when you switch away at the last moment. So Tucker Johnson will get to see his second jump in just moments.
Underneath the soles of my brand new parachute, I got the attention. I'm on a mission. No sweat in the way I step. I got a
Hear the voice of Tony Lightfoot with the call on the jump leg.
All right, we got Tucker Johnson fall on jump number 1 and has got 2 jumps remaining. Here we go, Tucker Johnson.
As we bring Anna Pryor in, this is 30 miles an hour, 15.
Penultimate jump.
It's a little bit better of a reach there out of 1, so I think she's liking the more speed that we've got going. So it's going to move a little bit better at this faster speeds. And turns and everything of that nature.
Looking okay as he makes his turn towards the jump a lot later. There you go, a little bit twisted. Does he ride it out? Yes, the distance is going to be credited to him on jump number 2. So, skied at the Colorado State Championship at Laku and jumped 101 feet. Then jumped to the South Central Regionals and took a second place in men's 2 with 101 feet. With exactly the same distances, both in feet and metric of 30.8. We'll see what he's got on the open. We're going to see if we can get the distance very soon. All right then, so we should get a distance any moment now. It should be in the 90s from what I'm able to gather. And yes, it is a 95-footer, 95 feet or 29 meters exactly. All right, one more jump, 95 feet. Let's see what he can do with the third and last attempt. Getting pulled in towards the bottom right-hand corner, but I tell you what, he was pushing himself to get on, and that might have actually yielded a better jump distance for him into the 100s, way into the 100s. Didn't ski in the national championships last year, or at least within the last 12 months. Tucker Johnson, we're looking at the distance there for him. Jumped 80 feet in 2020. And in 2018 went as far as 79 feet. The distance, oh, it's a 111. It's a brand new personal best there for Tucker Johnson. It's 111 feet. So well done to him. He pressured himself to get onto the jump and got pulled into the bottom right-hand corner. But I tell you what, a 10-foot personal best, that puts him in third place right now with 33.8. Kevin Jack still in second place with a 117, and there's still that 169-footer by Paul Kulig. Right, Matthew Lewandowski is next. All right. Jump number one for Matthew Lewandowski from Commerce City in Colorado. Oh, and hurls himself into the jump there and really connects with that one. Personal best, or at least his best this year, is a 109 at the Laku liftoff. And not getting everything that he really wanted to on that jump, but it is a decent effort to start off with. And We'll wait and see what the distance is. I think it's going to be close to 100, probably not too far over. It is Matthew Lewandowski. Distance 95 feet, 105, I beg your pardon, 105 on the opening salvo there for Matthew Lewandowski. Like I said, in the last 12 months, his best jump is a 109. Has jumped as far as 110 feet. And has gone as far as 113 at the Nebraska State Championships about 2 years ago. Just going back on some of the distances he was able to unleash. So as far as I can see, which goes back to 2019, his best jump is about 113 feet. Let's see if he can bridge that gap. He's looking for about 8 more feet here to get on level terms with that particular jump. But if he is chasing the lead, he's got to go substantially more than that. Comes in with a lot more speed, a good dose of it, as a matter of fact. And that is Matthew Lewandowski. Jumps that we've seen so far have ranged from 167 feet all the way to the likes of 113 and 111 feet so far. Matthew Lewandowski from Commerce City in Colorado.
This is the max speed of this women's one slalom event.
The distance coming through, it should be revealed to us shortly. It's a 31.9 meter jump or a 105 on the opening jump. That was the opening jump of 100 feet or 30.5 is the backup jump on the second attempt. So 105 is his better jump there out of the two that he's registered distances for so far. Here we go, jump number 3. Is he going to get more in terms of distance? Coming on in. Ooh, and spreading out and losing a bit of distance, I feel, because he's doing that. Trying to really kick the snot out of it. And not really prepared to edge too much further than where he ends up right there. I feel he's losing a lot of distance because he does that. And he does that out of habit. So 105 on jump number 1. We'll wait to see what it is on jump number 3 for Matthew Lewandowski. We're about 7 skiers away from rounding off the men's 2 jump. Yeah, not totally unexpected there. A 99-footer, 99 feet. So that 105 is his best jump distance, and that belongs to Matthew Lewandowski. James Weber, our next competitor to take to water. We're going to see his first of 3 jumps coming up next. right then, here we go. James Weber, who comes to us out of Decatur in Illinois, in the southern part of that state. Setting the boat speed up at 57K. Quickest it can go at this level, at any level if we're being honest. In the Illinois State Championship, he scored 112 feet in Men's 2 to place him in first. He was in 5th place in the Midwest Regional Championships, having garnered a distance of 109. And he said that he skis out of Decatur, quite possibly skiing out of the Pits Water Ski Club, which is right next to the interstate that passes over the northern reaches of Decatur in Illinois. Used to be Freddie Krueger's old stomping ground back in the day, in his formative years. And still is visited upon by members of the Krueger skiing family. 102 feet on jump number 1, 102 feet on jump number 1 for James Weber.
Stay on top of it here. See, she really attacks that turn. Gets that.
All right, here we are. This is jump number 2 for James Weber. Elected not to ski in the national championships last season. Let's see what he can do this time around. Oh, and decent effort, although it was a little bit early. He turned towards the jump and couldn't hold the angle that he truly wanted to without having to refuse on the left-hand side, so bulked up on that. Certainly had a decent setup getting wide, but just wasn't patient enough here. Turns, sets up and wants to go a little bit more, but just isn't laid enough to do it. James Weber, jump number 3, will be making its arrival very, very soon. And it is 115 feet. It is further. I grant him that. Most certainly. Our biggest distance recorded in the last four competitors. That puts him in second spot right now. 115 feet for James Weber. Puts him in second place because Kevin Jack is above him with 117 feet. So my mistake. James Weber currently in third spot. Here we are, James Weber. Up on the side of the boat. He's waited just a little bit longer. He'll take a lot more speed in, and the distance should reflect that if he can ride the jump out. He's already jumped a 3-foot best compared to his best distance from the Illinois State Championship. Good stretch into the bottom of the jump. A nice looking attempt there. Should be very, very close to that 117 feet jump by Kevin Jack. And whoa, look at that. It's a 127-foot jump, and that flies over the distance of Kevin Jack and just absolutely vaults him into second place right now. I'll be intrigued to find out if that jump is actually a personal best. Right, 127 feet, by no means his longest jump ever. You can go back into 2019 and at least 2018 where his jumps have been in excess of 130 feet, but those jumps were produced in boys 1. In men's 1, I beg your pardon. Here we go. This is Michael Bullock. Oh, getting in a little bit deep there on that opening jump. That's Michael Bullock from Hillsboro in Tennessee. Jumped in the regionals and posted up 117 feet. And only 10 centimeters separated his two distances that he recorded in the Tennessee State Championship with 112. Getting good lift. And then got into a little bit of a squirrely situation with the landing. So, 1 jump gone, 2 more remaining, and we'll see what he can do with them next.
Try match play at bplayfield.com.
All right. We are about halfway through the jumping competition in men's 2.
Okay, up next we got Kate Limlick coming in here at 34 miles an hour, 15 off.
So we've got one more category to go after we've concluded men's 2, and that's going to be men's 5. Well, let's see what kind of effort is going to be unleashed upon us. With his second attempt, this is Michael Bullock. Up alongside the towboat. Getting pulled into the base of the jump. Oh, good direction, good posture. And he will land and ride that jump out. That is Michael Bullock. Working his edges and trying to get as wide as possible. Trying not to sink too much just before the turn. Trying to maintain a lot more of his water speed going into the edge towards the jump. Distance should be revealed in moments. And it is a 1-2-1. It's 121 feet on jump number 2. All right, so got Michael Bullock, one last attempt to try and get above a distance like James Webber. 121 feet is still good enough to put him in about 3rd or 4th spot right now, but he wants more. And there's about 5 competitors remaining after him, so from about the point of our next competitor, which should be Richard Holliker, we can start determining who has gone on to the top 5, and I don't think it's going to be helped with that jump by Michael Bullock. So, just staying up on the right-hand side of the towboat and just waiting for that jump to resolve itself. Squares up to the jump, crushes it. And lands the jump, and it's not going to be a particularly big distance. Well, it is his best distance. It's a 1:27. As a matter of fact, it could put him in a tight position with James Webber on that 3rd and last jump. And as Richard Holliker takes the water, we'll step aside, take a break, and then once we get back, we'll show you the leaderboard next. All right, welcome back. I'm Tony Lyford. He is Zane Nicholson. Zane is announcing through the slalom event, and I've got tricks and right now the jump event. Men's 2 jump. Michael Holliker will, let's have a quick look at that leaderboard again, shall we? Because we've got 2 tight distances of 127 feet, and there is the difference. James Webber with 38.8 meters is currently in 2nd place. Michael Bullock is in 3rd by 0.10 of a meter. All right, Richard Holliker. Wide of that towboat, a little bit back on his skis, and waiting for that boat to accelerate. Just absolutely nail him into the jump.
Coming to us out of Sherman, Texas. We have 1:35 off.
So a skier out of Clayton in Missouri. Waiting on the distance, it's 113 feet, 113 feet. Certainly seen that a time or two. 113 feet on jump number 1. All right, so we've got Richard Holliker with 113 feet on jump number 1. And that would actually put him about average for his best jump of the season. Jumped at the Post-Nationals Challenge not too long ago here at Mystic Lakes. And jumped 120 feet for his travels. Last year's Goode Water Ski National Championships yielded 115 feet for him in the men's 1 and passing up on jump number 2. So he's got a little bit of work to do if he's going to try and take the lead with the distances that we've seen. Obviously, the major leader one is going to be Paul Kulig. But there are distances that are on the podium at 127 and so on and so forth. And we will return right after this. All right then, so Richard Holliker, 113 feet on jump number 1, a pass on jump number 2. We'll see what materializes on jump number 3. All right, so getting ready to throw down with third and last attempt, and then after him we're going to have 4 more jumpers before we conclude the men's 2 jumping competition. So whoever has the lead after Richard Holliker has assured a place on the podium. And looking that way right now is Paul Kulig with a 167-foot attempt. Here we are. Drives it on home on jump number 3, but still with a lot of motion going backwards instead of up and forwards off the ramp. But decent jumping, decent edge. The question of his edging into the jump, certainly a big deal. Is it going to be 113? No, it's going to be 111. 111, which means 113 feet for Richard Holliker is the distance that stands. All right, and there you go with the distances. Paul Kulig, 167. James Webber, 127. 0.1 of a meter more than Michael Bullock. Kevin Jack in 4th place. Richard Holliker in 5th. So we're down to 4 more competitors to go. We'll see who gets to go on the podium next. All right, keeping an eye on what our next jumper is doing. It's Lake and Downs. Lakin Downs, who comes to us from the Midwest. Actually from right here in Maize, Kansas. His best jump in the regionals just this past week, 132 feet or 40.1 meters. Here comes Lakin, jump number 1. Sets himself up wonderfully on the boat. Knows this setup here at Mystic Lakes and passes up on jump number 1. He'll settle down into the water and wait for the boat to pick him up and take him back into the jump course. Slowly makes the turn, gets the angle, but unfortunately not enough on it. And we're going to go to a quick break and return with Lakin Downs' second attempt.
Get down to business, tell everyone, nothing's off limits. You can have anything you want. Anything you want. Tell everyone, you can have anything you want.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
All right then, so we got Lakin Downs. This is jump number 2 coming right up. A fall on the opening attempt, actually a pass on jump number 1. Let's see if he can unleash the beast here on jump number 2. That's much better. If he can land it, even better still. So good skiing there for Lakin Downs. Coming off the turn, getting pulled up towards the boat, and the power of that monsoon engine, courtesy of Malibu, really taking him into the bottom of the ramp. Really dropping him in on the bottom right-hand corner, and from there, just explodes there with the lift. His best jump so far this season is 132 feet, and it is 134 feet now. His best jump of the season is 134 feet out of Maize in Kansas. That is Lakin Downs. So we've got Lakin Downs. He's got a fall on jump number 1, 134 on the second, which I believe is good enough for a second place position at this time. And that being the case, with 3 competitors remaining, it means that Lakin Downs could finish no worse than 5th. Thus be on the 5-position podium. Up on the tobo on the right-hand side. Working his edges. Can he make it onto the bottom of the jump? Yes, he can. Yes, he lands that jump too. So, Successfully turns those jump skis and just holds on to as much position as he can. Handle up a little high, but just comes into a wake, squats down and just takes the angle, and then just waits for the ramp to come to him, and then he'll extend off the top, which is pretty much what happened. 134 feet on jump number 2, 3 attempts remaining. There's still that 167 that currently holds the lead, courtesy of Paul Kulig. All right, pushing out the distance, it is 134 feet, 134. And let's have a look at how that distance compares to the others. 134 for Lake and Downs, 40.9 meters, 40.9. Paul Kulig in the lead with a 50.9 and 167, and James Weber, there you see him there. And we will bring you our next jumper, Ty Veo, next. All right, working our way towards the end of men's 2 jump. I'm Tony Lightfoot here at the 80th Goode Water Ski National Championships. Ty Veo coming to us out of California. More specifically, the town of Rio Linda. This is Ty Veo. Jumped 135 feet at the Western Regionals, and we'll need to look for something on a similar vein this time to put him in contention for a podium spot.
Nice out there.
So, working against a jump distance of over 50 meters for the lead, but realistically, with what he's produced thus far, would need a distance in excess of 40.9 meters to take the second spot as it is at this time. Pushing out a distance, it's a 131. It's 131 feet. 131. Not a particularly long distance, and certainly doesn't make any impact on the second place distance by Lake and Downs with 134 feet. But it's enough to be getting along with. All right, so it's 131 feet on jump number 1. 2 jumps remaining for Ty Veo. Coming in. Jump number 2. Anything more than 134 feet would give him a better jump than Lake and Downs with a 134. We're waiting on this distance with bated breath. Keeping his water speed up, keeping that line taut. Just up and just extends very, very well over the skis. Good air form. All right, so 131 on jump number 1. Pushing out the distance, it's a 137. All right, he's moved up a spot. 137. So, Tai Veo has already jumped himself onto the podium. He is currently in second spot right now and can do no worse than 4th. Let's see what he can unleash with the remaining jump that he has to work with. Looks like he's going to go with the 3/4 cut. Setting himself up, Tai Veo from Rio Linda in California. He's jumped 138 feet before this season. He's already outstripped that distance. Oh. And not looking particularly good on that jump, so throws that one away. So Tai swimming into the shore. And just bringing the handle up. Crosses the wakes. And then just realizes that he was just a little bit too early off the top, and nothing would have been ventured from riding that off. So there we go. That's a fall on that one. A 137 on jump number 2, or 41.7. Let's take a quick gander at that on the leaderboard. Coming up on the leaderboard, Paul Kulik with a 167, Tai Veo with a 137, Lake and Downs with a 134, and then James Weber and Michael Bullock round off the jumpers in the top 5. All right, we have Grant Schipper about to take to the water, and then before him, we've got Austin Kolodadejczyk coming up next. All right, so Austin Kolodadejczyk. Coming to us out of Spring in Texas. Jumped. Indeed, 153 feet at LA Night Jam's amateur portion of the competition. Austin Kolodadejczyk. His best jump of the season is a 46.6, or 153. His best jump of the season by 0.1 of a meter ahead of that one that I mentioned at LA Night Jam. Oh, and turns in and then realizes that was not going to get onto the ramp surface. So passing up on that handle and edging around the left side of the ramp. Austin Kolodadejczyk passing on jump number 1. We're looking at this once again. Turns away. The position didn't look half bad. But then when the boat came on, just wasn't strong enough to fend it off. We'll see him attempt jump number 2 next. All right then, folks. Austin Kolodejczyk. Men's 2 jumping competition. He is our penultimate competitor. Then we've got one more to go to round off men's 2 jump. Then we got about 10 skiers to go in the men's 5 jumps. All right, Austin Kolodejczyk from Austin in Texas, little ways outside of Austin, as a matter of fact, in the town of Spring in Texas. Here he comes, Austin Kolodejczyk. Sent himself up wide. Jump number 2. Oh, and lays that left ski down very, very violently indeed, and that could have cost him. So Austin Kolodejczyk lands on jump number 1, on jump number 2, I beg your pardon. But I tell you what, he certainly flirted a little bit with disaster on that one. Edging away from the boat, keeping a good tight line. Conscious at the same time that he needed to keep his water speed up. And he did both things. Yeah, actually lifted his heel coming off the second wake into the ramp, instead of his whole foot. All right, so jump number 2 yields a 144-foot jump, 144 feet. He's got 1 attempt remaining. All right. Austin Kolodejczyk. 1 last attempt right here at Mystic. He's already got enough for second place right now, outright. But is this enough? Here comes Kolodejczyk. That's better. That's a better looking lift off the top of the jump. Missed a little bit of his kick though, but the positioning was a lot better, I would say. Austin Kolodejczyk sinks a little bit prior to his turn, but he still keeps enough of his speed going up into the turn. Off that second wake, just started to crank it on down and get a distance, a very worthy distance. Pushing the distance out is a 144. One of those jumps is bigger than the other, and that is the second jump of 44 meters. 44 meters. Certainly nowhere near any of his larger jumps of the season, but it's enough to keep him in second place behind Paul Kulig with his jump of 167 feet. All right, Grant Schipper is our last jumper to go in men's 2, and we'll see the first of his 3 jumps next. All right, now it comes down to a head-to-head battle between Paul Kulig, who sits in the clubhouse right now with a 167-foot jump, and Grant Schipper, who is out in the water right now, looking to try and attack it and come through with the win in the men's 2 jumping competition. So far as best distances so far this season are concerned, Grant Schipper has jumped 161 feet in men's 2. For the Center City record, let's have a look and see. Up. Oh, nice. Lands and rides that one out. So just waiting up on those distances. Grant Schipper. All right, pushing out the distance, 155 feet, 155. So already on the podium right now. So let's have a quick look at the leaderboard to confirm the 5 people that are standing on the podium right now. Positions could change with the next 3 jumps. Going to take a look at the leaderboard. Paul Kulig, his target is being attacked by Grant Schipper. He's on the podium, and with positions 3, 4, and 5 locked in for Kolodadechek, Vio, and Downs. It now comes down truly to who will get above the other for positions 1 and 2 in the men's 2 jumping competition at the 80th Goode Water Ski National Championships. Grant Schipper now, looking for about 13 more feet to take the win in the men's 2 jumping competition. Oh, not a bad looking jump there on the face of it. Little bit of swing off the jump, but I can tell you, I mean, that jump is a good ways further. Just holds his position a little bit loose off the second wake. Just waiting for the ramp to come to him rather than him pressuring the jump. The distance will be revealed momentarily. He's working against 167 feet. Recorded by Paul Kulig right from the get-go in men's 2 jump. Grant Schipper. The distance. It's a 163. It's 163 feet or 49.6. 163. It now comes down to a 4-foot gap that he needs to diminish in order to get on level terms, at least on level terms with Paul Kulig. And even getting to that kind of distance, 167 could well be enough, depending upon how long that jump is in metric, and whether he has the advantage in that vein. Grand Shipper, men's 2 jump, the last attempt in this event, in this category. Oh, beautiful height and good speed, but he wonders if he'd left anything behind him off the jump. The timing was a little earlier off the turn. You can see that quite plainly off the first and second wake. He had a little bit more room to work with. Question is, was that additional room worth the sacrifice in total speed coming into the jump? We're gonna find out. The distance. Whoa, look at that. That's a 1:6.7. Now that's a tie for the lead in the jump on feet and inches. Reveal the leaderboard. Grant Shipper is your national jump champion on the very last attempt, and he wins it by 0.1 of a meter, 1:6.7 against Paul Kulig's 1:6.7. Paul Kulig was the first competitor out on the water, and he held that lead all the way through every single jump, save but one. 51.0 meters is enough to give Grant Shipper the title by 0.1 of a meter against Paul Kulig. Austin Kolodadejczyk in third place, Ty Veo on fourth, and you'll see the remainder of the results on waterskinationals.com or on waterskiresults.com. Wow. Men's 5 jump is next.
On the internet nowadays and social media, there's bits and pieces about how to get better, but there was never a program that tied everything together.
I was looking for something I could do mainly on the off season so that when I started skiing in the spring, I didn't feel like I was hit by a truck.
My mobility is better, I'm less sore. I felt like I was a 50-year-old that was closer to 60. Now I feel like I'm a 50-year-old that's kind of closer to 40.
Since 1971, we've been pushing limits, dreaming up new ways to further what's possible. Never stopping until we have the most powerful and dependable inboard engine on the market. For a half century, we've powered countless wakes, endless smiles, and limitless potential. We will never stop leading, never stop pushing, and never stop dreaming. Indmar Marine Engines, pushing forward for the next 50 years and counting.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long? A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers? A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers? What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
All right then, coming in, Doug Stuckey. Up and ooh, nice looking jump there. Very smooth coming in, not too much in the way of aggression, but stands up, lands, and has his skis far enough in front of him to where he doesn't have to do much to stand up.
Well, I mean, that's already 25 pounds on it. Just don't I would say try it. It's really comfortable. And you're taller than me, I think, so you can do that. Yeah.
All right then, so we got Doug Stuckey. It's 28 feet on the opening jump, 28 feet. All right, so he's done with his one and only jump, and we will continue on to Greg DeTrey after these messages.
On the internet nowadays and social media, there's bits and pieces about how to get better, but there was never a program that tied everything together.
I was looking for something I could do mainly on the off season so that when I started skiing in the spring, I didn't feel like I was hit by a truck.
My mobility is better, I'm less sore. I felt like I was a 50-year-old that was closer to 60. Now I feel like I'm a 50-year-old that's kind of closer to 40. Yeah.
All right then, so our next jumper to take to the water after we've just saw Doug Stuckey land his one and only jump. This is Greg DeTrey, who's the main driving force behind Pantalago, which is located in Palm Bay. You can find out more about that subdivision by going to pantalago.com. All right, so working in towards the jump. Has jumped 62 feet in the past in men's 5 jump at the Okahili free event record.
Your glasses are here too.
Up and over and just about makes that jump. Decent effort there. creeping up on the jump. Up and over for Greg DeTrey. And that should be about 30 or so feet. Okay, so a 48-foot jump. All right then, so 48 feet on jump number 2. And there a further reminder for you to subscribe to the TWBC YouTube channel for latest notifications on latest webcasts and also the ability to live chat with us. Subscribe to the TWBC YouTube channel. Let's have a look and see. Coming in, oh, nicely done. Into the jump and off. Coming in, good edge, good lift, and lands and rides that one out. So that is our second jump there for Greg DeTrey in men's 5 jumps. And we'll see what the distance is going to be very, very soon. Just in case some of you pushing out the distance, it's 59 feet, so a little better with that one. Just in case you're wondering what the age range is with men's 5. Pretty senior division. And the age range is 53 to 59 years inclusive. And furthermore, if you're looking for the national jump record distance, it is Hutch Haynes with 162 feet or 49.4 meters. Oh, and by the way, Hutch Haynes will be competing a little bit later on towards the end of men's 5 jump in that same division. So we could see some fireworks potentially. Up and over Greg DeTrey. Oh, and tripping over himself there with jump number 3. He's indicated to the officials that he's fine. And he's going to pick up the pieces and swim in towards the dock. Our next competitor is going to be Rick Todd on the men's 5 jump. And we'll begin bringing him into the course next.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
Right, jumper on the water right now. It's going to be Rick Todd. So Rick Todd getting ready for the first of 3 jumps. He comes to us out of Sacramento in California. Jumped 70 feet at the Canyon Lake Memorial. Last season in men's 5, he placed 10th and jumped 61 feet or 18.6 meters. So looking for a little bit of a higher placement this time around. Here comes Rick Todd with jump number 1 setting up over his skis. Rick Todd over the last few months has definitely improved his health and well-being by losing upwards of about 40 pounds by cutting out carbs and processed foods and sugars and that kind of stuff. Richard Todd doing pretty good out there. Skier out of Sacramento. And we're going to see what the distance is. I doubt whether it's going to be anywhere close to 70 feet. It'll be 40 feet for starters, and he can work from that. So Rick there, just had occasion to talk to him while we were in the Conley stand over at the vendor's tent, and yeah, the vendor's tent this year is looking pretty strong with some good product representation from a number of the big players such as Conley and Radar and Syndicate and Good, and yeah, I mean, especially with some of the new products that are coming out, such as the Syndicate Pro from Radar, the Avalon Trick Ski, courtesy of Good, and naturally the latest offerings from Syndicate as well. You know, it's always a good place to go to find out what the latest in ski design is. Oh, and almost slaloming a little bit before he got onto the jump there. Got pushed onto the base and whooping and hollering as he makes his way around the island. Now let's have a look at this. He turns in, backs up, and then almost goes completely off edge again, and then just about manages to get onto his resistive edge again to get over the ramp. And Rick Todd, we wait for his distance. Should be about 50 feet, I would say. A little bit more than that. Oh, and it's an 85-footer. Never mind that. 85 feet, and it's a 15-foot improvement upon his best jump distance so far this season in the last 12 months. So Rick Todd is holding on to everything on that jump. All right, as we continue to monitor the situation on Lake One with a potential runoff in Women's 1 category, we now continue on with the men's 5 jumps. And Rick Todd, who jumped 85 feet for a 15-foot improvement upon his best jump this season, doesn't quite do the same on jump number 3. So he falls there. And now we'll go to Patrick Hill, the next competitor on the water in men's 5 jump. Let's go, the handle sinks in, and with that, we'll take a quick break before we go on to our next competitor, Patrick Hill. All right, back on. We've got Patrick Hill, our next competitor on the water here at the 80th Goode Water Ski National Championship. So glad that you've chosen to join us and be entertained by the athleticism on both lakes. We've got slalom on Lake 1 on the other webcast. You're watching the jump event on this webcast. And just absolutely superb athleticism. Last night they extended into the nighttime with the America's Cup Invitational competition, where we saw a few surprises, a few shocks, and one or two great performances there. Distances over 200 feet in the men's jump competition, passes into 43 off in the men's slalom, and some great trick skiing to precede all of that in the America's Cup. But right here and now, we've got men's 5 jump. Patrick Hill just stomps that landing on jump number 1. Leans a little bit off kilter off the turn. Pushing the distance, it's a 97-footer. We wait for the distance on, the first distance we got on jump number 1, which was rather surprisingly a 97-footer. There's Patrick Hill, 97 feet in the lead with 29.6 meters. That's 0.7 of a meter. We're actually 4.7 meters further than the previous best jump at this time. So we're approaching the halfway mark on in men's 5.
Champion is Sage Potbecker, aka the Chili Piper, out of ULL in college. But
and there was Patrick Hill. We certainly had some drama here on the men's 2 jump event a little bit earlier on, and if you missed that live, you can scrub on the bottom of the webcast player to take you to that earlier time, where the lead was held by Paul Kulig with 167 feet all the way to the very last jump that Grant Schipper produced with the same distance in feet, 167, but only separating them by 10 centimeters. Patrick Hill, unable to land on jump number 2. We'll see if he can conjure up something on jump number 3 next.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
All right, so as we continue right along, certainly no shortage of excitement here at the Goode Water Ski National Championships. Jump titles decided on just one jump after the lead has been held throughout the entire event. And then on the slalom event, from what I'm able to gather, a national title was essentially gifted to another competitor through to a runoff in situation and with a pulled gate. So we got Patrick Hill, jump number 3. Richard Hill on jump number 3, getting into all kinds of difficulty trying to land that jump and ride it out on those Mastercraft jump skis from way back in the late 1980s. But he does have a distance of 97 feet, which right now is currently the lead. And we're going to go on to our next competitor out of Princeton in Texas. It is going to be David Island. And he'll be jumping next.
Try match play at bplayfield.com.
All right then, so Tony Lightfoot here, along with Zane Nicholson, and we just had some rather shocking news, and I'll give that to you in just a moment. It has nothing to do with the Nationals, I can tell you that. I just found out some information that you may want to pay particular attention to. Here comes Dave Island on jump number 1. Oh no, and he goes down on jump number 1. Handle coming up high. The boat getting on him fairly quickly off the second wake. and just careening him into a huge, huge crash. Going to take a look at this one more time. Dave Ireland throwing his hands up and saying that he's okay, but you know, he's a tough nut to crack, Dave Ireland. He's certainly one of the tougher characters. He just kicked it with the tips going outwards, and then he just played ragdoll, and thankfully for him, that was essentially what saved him from being hurt any worse than he did. Looks like he's winded, which is why he's in the water, and we'll return to him in a few moments.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
All right then, so Dave Ireland getting ready for his pass on jump number 2. Now, the bit of news that I have in the tournament water ski world concerns one of the pro tournaments that's coming up, was slated to come up relatively soon. The Trophy Lakes Pro has officially been cancelled. The Trophy Lakes Pro has officially been cancelled. This information I just received just barely seconds ago. So for those of you that were earmarking that to watch there live in Charleston, South Carolina, or indeed watching it on TWBC, just to tell you that that tournament, the Trophy Lakes Pro, has been officially cancelled. Now, let's see what Dave Ireland can do on jump number 2. There you go, good flight off the top, good recovery, lands and rides it out. And I'm sure that his son, Stephen Ireland, is watching from West Palm Beach in Florida, and probably looked on in horror and saw what was happening off the top. And if you are indeed watching, sir, maybe you can participate in the chat on the YouTube channel. We'll find out what the distance is for Dave Ireland in just a moment or so. Up off the top of the jump. And pushing the distance, it's 107 feet, 107, which gives him the lead in the men's 5 jumping competition. So, looking at some of the messages that were that have been put on the live chat. I occasionally look over at the live chat, but I do miss out on one or two messages, including one that says that the Paul Kulig is jumped in open men. There's only jumping in the men's 2 category for an overall score. So in actuality, he will not be on the podium in men's 2. But certainly the national jump champion in men's 2 is a Grant Shipper on the basis of his 167. And I think that Dave Ireland is probably still smarting from that fall on jump number 1 to really be effective for jump number 3. So, couple of things to unpack a little bit as we continue on here. Obviously, the biggest crash that we've seen so far in the competition, Dave Ireland with that first attempt. Then the news that the Trophy Lakes Pro in Charleston, South Carolina, which was slated to take place in about 2 weekends' time, has officially been cancelled. And now the information that I hear that the reason why Paul Kulig was at the top of the list, the first skier out in men's 2, was basically because he was looking for an overall score in men's 2, and Tony and Paul Kulig was actually jumping. He actually jumped in open men, skiing in men's 2 for the overall score, and won't be on the podium in men's jump in men's 2 jump. So for those of you that are looking for the podium finishers, the official podium finishers for men's 2 jump, you can go to waterskiresults.com. That's waterskiresults.com, and there it should have the accurate podium for men's 2 jump. All right, Dennis Downs is our competitor on the water in men's 5 jump. He is one of the instrumental figures behind the organization of the 80th Goode Water Ski National Championships right here at Mystic Lakes in Maize, Kansas. And such a pleasure to be here. And we'll see what he does with the 3 jumps at his disposal. Dennis Downs, who comes to us out of Maize in Kansas, obviously. And his best jump in men's 5 in the past 12 months has been a distance of 113 feet. He actually jumped 113 feet at last year's National Championships over at Water's Edge in Wilmington, Illinois. Getting pushed into the bottom right-hand corner and launches off the ramp on jump number 1, trying to get a score that will take him above Dave Ireland, who is currently in the lead with 107. In the Midwest Regional Championships, held right here just this past week, he jumped 108 feet, which in itself would actually take the lead. Waiting on the jump distance, pushing out the distance, and we're going to see it as 107. 107. Now, 107 feet is currently in the lead. Is that a tie? Is that a perfect tie, we wonder? We're going to have a look at the leaderboard if we can ascertain that. As Dennis Downs there we go. It is a dead heat between Dave Ireland and Dennis Downs. Dennis Downs, however, has 2 jumps at his disposal. And certainly we're at least 2 or 3 skiers shy away from determining who has made it onto the podium. So wonderful competition, lots of shocks, some great performances, and a little bit of confusion here and there. But it wouldn't be the Nationals if it didn't have a certain mysterious element thrown into the mix. Here we go. This is Dennis Downs up off the jump. Oh, a little bit of a swing off the top of the ramp, but managing to grab onto the handle and ride that one out. That's Dennis Downs. We're 7 skiers away from rounding off today's action in the jump event, and actually in day 5 in its entirety. Up off the jump. And we'll get the distance in just a moment or so. And the distance is 115 feet, his best jump of the season. Actually, his best jump in the last 12 months. And it's just remarkable to see so many of our competitors that have taken the time to ski during the summer and to qualify for these nationals and then travel to this area of central Kansas, have been rewarded with jumps and distances that are either personal bests or very close to them, or at the very least their best jump of the season in the last 12 months. All right, so Dennis Downs with 115 feet. He is your new leader with 6 skiers to go in the men's 5 jumping competition. Let's watch and see what he can conjure up with the 3rd and last attempt. Certainly knows this site, certainly knows this ramp. Oh yeah, good, strong effort there into the bottom right-hand corner. And using that Nautic's boat power to get him up off the jump with that 6.2 litre PCM engine. That powers that boat to the tune of over 465 brake horsepower. $110 feet on the last jump, but that doesn't matter to him. 115 feet is his best jump. We'll take a look and see how that looks on the leaderboard. There it is, 115 feet or 35 meters exactly. Ahead of Dave Island now with his distance of 107. Patrick Hill with a 97. Rick Todd with an 85. And in the top 5 for the moment at least, with a 59-footer, is Greg DeTrey. We're going to see Jay Edom, our next skier, with his first jump. All right, we've got Jay Edom, who's out of Martindale in Texas. That's where the San Marcos River Ranches are located. skied in the St. Marcus River Ranch LCQ for Nationals, where he posted up a distance of 122 feet, or 37.1 meters, and wouldn't he love to throw down a distance in that range? In the regional championships, did not land a distance, did not score a jump. And I think that he's looking for a little redemption here, and he gets it on jump number 1. Working his way through on jump number 1, getting good extension a little early. Great skiing there from Jay Edom. All right, we're working on the jump distance. It's 117 feet, 117, which is now the new lead. 117 feet, and that almost matches the jump distance that he had at the Junior Development Clinic and Tournament. The equivalent of 35.6 meters or 100. All right, so Jay Edom, 117 feet. Now getting set for jump number 2. Still quite early into the base of the jump. One would either feel that 2 things need to happen. Either bring the cut down a little bit later, maybe a whole lot later if we're being honest, or move the boat out a little wider so he hits the jump at the more optimal spot instead of left of center. Now, which is going to be more effective, I wonder, if he does make either one of those 2 changes or both. I think probably bringing the cut down would work for him. All right then, so we got a distance there on 117 feet. It's actually 0.1 of a meter less than the previous jump distance. And we're going to take a look. Ooh, look at that. That was how early he was, coming into the base of the jump. So let's see if he can do something by way of bringing that cut down. Not for his sake, for ours. 5 skiers remaining in the jump event. Jay Edom with jump number 3. Just waiting. Oh, and passing up on jump number 3. Still couldn't talk himself into cutting or starting his turn a little bit later or even a little bit slower. So pass on jump number 3, but he does have the lead distance of 117 feet, which is now the target distance for the remaining 5 jumpers.
This is Masters Women's Slalom. So looking good as she's coming in. Big turn. They're out of
There is your leaderboard. Jay Edom in the lead with 35.8. Dennis Downs marginally behind, 2 feet behind, but 0.8 of a meter separating those two. Dave Ireland with 32.7 for 107. Patrick Hill in 4th and Rick Todd in 5th. All right, next jumper to come, Greg Webb, coming up next. right, continuing to rock and roll. This is the 80th Goode Water Ski National Championships. So glad to have you on board.
Side of 3 there, 35 off. See what score the judges are going to give her.
Here we go. Greg Webb, number 5 skier, seeded coming into this event. Here he comes, jump number 1. Whoa, almost getting very early on that one as well. So our jumper out of Loudon in Tennessee, managing to get through jump number 1, bringing the handle up high. And just coming off the jump. And we're going to get the distance any moment now. The distance coming through is 116 feet. We've had 2 competitors, and 2 competitors so far are flirting dangerously with the ramp cam, especially the one from Jay Edom.
Always around helping out at the tournament, always helping judge. I know she helps out a lot with college tournaments.
There we go. You just saw the close-up look of Greg Webb on jump number 1. We'll see if he can make the necessary adjustments to be a little bit further away from that and get a little bit more pull and a more stable-looking jump. So we've got Greg Webb looking for something a little more substantial on jump number 2. Here we go, folks. Oh, good impact. We're just not getting much in the way of lift. And does he land the jump? Oh my word. How on earth does he land that jump? He's probably still trying to land the jump now. Around the island, look at this. Up off the top of the jump and just jam that jump. Not getting any more height, but not exactly crushing it either. All right, let's have a look at the distance. It's a 112. Losing distance on jump number 2.
Makes her way around 3 over to 4. Looking really good here, making her way through 28 off. And there you go.
All right then, folks. Greg Webb, 3rd and last jump coming up. In terms of what he's produced in the past in the Southern Regionals, he was in 2nd place in men's 5 with a 122. Last season at the Nationals, also in the same division. 3rd place with a jump of 120. His best jump this season was the Lake Pryor Ski Party. And he jumped 126 there off 38.3. So he's certainly capable of taking the lead. He's got to get more than 117 feet to do it, though. And if he doesn't, then Jay Edom currently will keep the lead, and a spot on the podium would be heading his way. And there, jumping with a New Waters wetsuit. That's Greg Webb. And making the turn and almost seems to jump the weights to try and take a little bit of a space out of his cut and then get back down on the edges again and try and get a little bit more speed and lift. distance coming through. 116 on the first, 112 on the second, and Greg Webb's distance on the third and last attempt is a 126. A 126-foot jump is good enough for the lead. If it's 38.3 meters, it'll actually tie his best jump of the season. Let's have a quick look at that leaderboard. With 4 competitors remaining, it's 38.3. It ties its best jump of the season in the last 12 months. That's Greg Webb, Jay Edom now in second with 117, Dennis Downs in third with 115, and there you see the remainder of the placings. 4 competitors remain. The first of those 4 is Jeff Lindsay coming up next.
On the internet nowadays and social media, there's bits and pieces about how to get better, but there was never a program that like tied everything together.
I was looking for something I could do mainly on the off season so that when I started skiing in the spring, I didn't feel like I was hit by a truck.
My mobility is better, I'm less sore. You know, I felt like I was a 50-year-old that was closer to 60. Now I feel like I'm a 50-year-old that's kind of closer to 40.
All right, so Jeff Lindsay has 3 jumps remaining. So, for all intents and purposes, there are 4 jumps remaining until the end of today's competition. There's still a whole bunch of slaloming to do. And hopefully both events will finish at around about the same time. So here we go. This is Jeff Lindsay, jump number 1. A resident of Martindale in Texas. And his best jump this season is 133. Getting really pitched onto the jump and struggling with getting onto the jump and struggling even more with the landing. So, jump number 1, just bouncing a little bit on the landing. Tried to absorb it a little bit. He doesn't have the healthiest of knees. And then falling back and unable to ride out that distance. So, fall on jump number 1, 2 attempts remaining, and they will be next.
Already our top seed in men's and women's.
All right then, and thank you for continuing to watch the jump event here at the 80th Goode Water Ski National Championships. Big ups to our sponsors. Obviously the title sponsor Goode, and then we've got Connolly and D3 and Eagle and Radar and Syndicate right there. We got USA Water Ski and Wake Sports along with the official insurance partner Ski Safe. Visit Central Florida, the OJ Props, and of course, we couldn't have an event like this without the great support of our boat companies, can we? Nautique, Malibu, and Mastercraft. So, right here, right now, Jeff Lindsay, second attempt of 3. Here we are, jump number 2. Little wide stance coming off the turn and barreling into the jump to the landing. Does he? Oh no! Disaster on his first 2 attempts. He's now got to dig deep here to see if he can land and get a distance on jump number 3. Pressure situation coming up for Jeff Lindsay. Almost it seems that as soon as he gets past the second wake, he allows the boat to take over him a little bit too much and crashes in on jump number 2. And he's got one more attempt to come. Jeff Lindsay, 0 score on 1, 0 score on 2, and we're going to see him attempt number 3 right after these.
Since 1971, we've been pushing limits, dreaming up new ways to further what's possible. Never stopping until we have the most powerful and dependable inboard engine on the market. For a half-century, we've powered countless wakes, endless smiles, and limitless potential. We will never stop leading, never stop pushing, and never stop dreaming. Indmar Marine Engines, pushing forward for the next 50 years and counting.
All right, then, we are back with continuing action in the men's 5 jumping competition. Right now, in the lead, our competitor that we just had out on the water, Greg Webb, with a 1:26. Jump number 3. 2 falls. Now he's got to try and conjure up something here on the 3rd and last attempt. Why didn't he do that on the first 2 attempts? There you go. Lands, rides it out, stomps the landing like he knew what he was doing. And we'll see if that's any longer than a 1:26. Let me give you some distances that he's done so far this season. The South Central Regional of 120 feet. Jumped 133 feet a little bit ago at the Wee Wave in Independence Day. And the Holy Cow Cap with a 1:26. Here's the distance. It's a 1:23. 1:23. That currently puts him in second spot, 3 feet away from Greg Webb with a 1:26. So, have a brief look at the leaderboard. This should show that Greg Webb is in the lead ahead of Jeff Lindsay with 3 competitors to go. Those 2 in 1 and 2 are shorter spots on the top 5. We'll see how the remaining 3 spots resolve themselves in the top 5, starting off with our next competitor, Randy Sturber, and he'll be jumping next. All right, 3 jumpers to come. If all goes to plan, there should be 9 remaining jumps in this event, in the men's 5 jumping competition. We certainly had a fair share of excitement. Maybe upon reflection, a little bit too much excitement in the men's 2 jumping competition. Believing that Paul Kulig was actually jumping for the men's 2 national jump title, where he was only jumping for an overall score because he had competed in open men before, and hence the reason why he jumped earlier on. That title went to Grant Shipper. Here he comes. This is Randy Sturber. Oh, look at that. Looked all over the place for starters. Not much in the way of control, at least compared to some of our other competitors, but I tell you what, it doesn't matter at all. As long as you get the distance, as long as you get the job done, you can do it however you want. Just look at this, Randy Sturber. Look, his left, right arm waving all over the place. A little bit of Sammy Duvall vintage here with the turn out and turn in, turning and then turning into a hole. Oh, look how close that was. Up and over the jump. That should be enough for the lead. If it's over 126, it definitely is the lead. Randy Sturber from San Diego in California. We're into a men's 5 jump. Randy Sturber with 140 feet on jump number 1 of 42.8 meters. Definitely in the lead with that distance, 140 feet. Now, I'm sure this ain't his first rodeo. In the 79th Goode Water Ski National Championships, he placed first in men's 5 jump. He knows what it takes to win. Oh, look at that turn into the hole. Oh no, oh, and he goes down and he cartwheels at least 4 times before he goes to a complete stop. The boat's going to him. Absolute madness out there. A rescue swimmer goes in. He's floating on his back. And let's take a look at this instant replay. First of all, from the shore side, seeing how aggressively he gets out wide. And then setting himself up for a Sammy Duvall-like turn from the late 80s. Able to turn those long jump skis. And then coming into the jump. And then just trying to pitch forward. And then, unfortunately, and then he came off the jump as Randy is getting seen to. He's going to be brought into the shore. I don't think he'll continue to jump. And just lost his right ski right off the top. And the thing that probably hurt him the most upon the landing was the fact that he wasn't able to completely rotate before he hit the water. I don't know whether he's got any kind of physical injury associated with that jump, or whether he is concussed in some way. But either way, I don't think he'll be jumping again for the third and last attempt. Tommy Newman comes up next.
Only one water skiing brand holds all 6 records. Masterline, made in the USA.
Hey, it's Neely Ross, Reflex Team Skier. In today's how-to video, we're going to be talking about how to turn your offside. The offside for left-footed skiers are balls 2, 4, and 6. The offside for right-footed skiers such as myself are 1, 3, and 5. Today, I will be talking about the offside for right-footed skiers for balls 1, 3, and 5. Our first major step for a good offside is the approach into the buoy. We want to think about our left hip staying connected with the handle and not dropping back. We also want to think about our shoulders and body facing slightly outward. Our second step, we want to focus on our left hand being low, straight, and with full connection to the boat to allow for full control. Our last step is the reconnection point. I want you to think about your left hip moving up and through the buoy line so then you can reconnect into a strong position.
Hi, my name is Brantley Hawkins. I'm one of the co-founders here at New Dimensions Wellness. My partner and I have over 20 plus years of sports medicine and exercise experience working with the most elite athletes in the world. Together we have developed a proven system that has been sought out by these professional athletes and is now available to you.
You will move your body and loosen your joints in ways that you haven't before. It's not your typical weight training, it's not CrossFit, and it's not crunch fitness.
Once I got in here, it was a big eye-opener how much different that they go about everything.
Into the room, wind blows underneath the soles of my brand new pair of shoes. I got the attention, I'm on a mission. No sweat in the way I step, I got a
Well, all right, ladies and gentlemen, well, the news doesn't get any better, does it? We got Randy Sturber trying to recuperate off of his second jump attempt, and this is what he did. He's outside on the right-hand side now. Just take a look at this turn. This is totally unconventional for what is expected from a jumper that uses long jump skis. The only person that I know ever got away with doing something like this was Tim Bradstreet all the way back in 2010 with the Junior World Championships. But just look, coming off the jump, just lost his left, couldn't continue rotation, and ooh. Wow. And for the sake, oh my word. There isn't too much you could say about that, but I mean, I think what has been said or heard over the over my microphone probably tells you a little bit of the story. You can hear the ambulance on its way in to pick him up and take him to the nearest medical facility. But in the meantime, I don't know how you can continue on from that, but it is what it is, and Tommy Newman is about to take to the water. 3 jumps are at his disposal. He'll be chasing after Randy's lead of 140 feet, and that's to come next. All right then, so Tommy Newman out of Tennessee. Tommy Newman, one of the more colorful athletes so far as water ski jumping is concerned, especially in men's 5 jump. Jumped 145 feet at the Holy Cow Cup not too long ago. Last year's national championships yielded a distance of 135 feet for a second place finish in men's 5. And he is the Tennessee State men's 5 jump champion, having gone 135 feet there as well. Here we go. This is Tommy Newman. Let's see if he can try and get a confidence boost on jump now. Oh no, and he goes down on jump number 1. This is just absolutely going berserk. Oh my word. We need to get, oh my word. My word. Takes a dive on jump number 1. Wow, that's all I can say. 2 competitors and 2 heavy falls in as many jumps. Comes in, turns and got pulled towards the bottom right-hand corner almost straight off the bat. Just managed to get on, then kick the thing. Oh, and took a heavy hit. And what was to come afterwards was even more shocking. We'll be back right after these.
internet nowadays and social media, there's bits and pieces about how to get better, but there was never a program that like tied everything together.
I was looking for something I could do mainly on the off seasons so that when I started skiing in the spring, I didn't feel like I was hit by a truck.
My mobility is better, I'm less sore. You know, I felt like I was a 50-year-old that was closer to 60. Now I feel like I'm a 50-year-old that's kind of closer to 40. Yeah.
Since 1971, we've been pushing limits, dreaming up new ways to further what's possible. Never stopping until we have the most powerful and dependable inboard engine on the market. For a half century, we've powered countless wakes, endless smiles, and limitless potential. We will never stop leading, never stop pushing, and never stop dreaming. Indmar Marine Engines, pushing forward for the next 50 years and counting.
This was minutes after Randy Sturber took his fall on his second jump of 3. Now here's what happened. Came off the turn, got into his position, which looked pretty good up to that point. But then he got closer and closer to the bottom right-hand corner, compounded any problems that he had by kicking it, and then cartwheeled him into that situation. And then he was completely stunned and dazed. He was swimming around, waving his arms and legs around. And thankfully, there were some rescue swimmers that were fairly close, still fairly close to the action, even after Randy Sturber took his fall on jump number 2. So, and there is Tommy Newman just completely and utterly out of the situation. A fallen first jumper, not even going to be allowed to get anywhere near a pair of jump skis for the remainder of that set. So let's have a quick look at the leaderboard in amongst all of that. Randy Sturber, 140 feet. He's in the lead. Greg Webb in second place with 126. Jeff Lindsay in third with a 123. Now, Jay Edom now in a top 5 position by that default from Tommy Newman with a jump distance of 117 feet. So the top 4 that are on that leaderboard so far have all gotten spots in the top 5 podium. We've got one competitor to take to water. It will be Hutch Haynes, the current U.S. men's 5 jump record holder. We're going to take a look at the starting dock and see what's occurring. So looking round and seeing Hutch Haynes. Just a reminder on what the national jump record is for men's 5. I'll give you that reminder in just a moment. Bring up that information here on my tablet. And in men's 5, the national jump record is Hutch Haynes. He's jumped 162 feet in the past at 51K, 32 miles an hour with the ramp that's set the way it is. Men's 5, incidentally, ages 53 to 59 inclusive. And he jumped that at the Labor of Love free event at the Cedar Creek Ski Park in Elkins in Arkansas on the 4th of January last season and last year. And that is Hutch Haynes. Last competitor out in the jump event. Coming to us out of Avon in Connecticut. Let's see what he can do. Only needs a jump in excess of 140 feet to take the win. Out of Avon in Connecticut. Has had jumps of 156 feet in the past in the Fluid Summer Showdown. In the Eastern Region Championships, he jumped 149. Let's see what he can do with the 3 jumps that he has at his disposal. To get you up to speed, the second jump from Randy Sturber resulted in a huge crash which required local paramedic services to be called onto site. Tommy Newman also took an out the front crash on jump number 1 and was concussed to the point where he would not be allowed to compete anymore in this jump final and the U.S. Nationals in men's 5 jumps. Here he comes, jump number 1. A subtle first jump, nothing too spectacular, nothing too far by the same token. And he will go around the island and then just trying to refocus his mind and try not to even get the slightest picture of what he saw in the previous 2 jumps that he was privy to on the dock. So, on that opening jump, fast 82-meter segment, a re-jump will be offered by the officials. It might actually be, it's a mandatory re-ride, which means he takes his first jump again. Irrespective of what that distance is, it's going to be a first jump, re-jump, because the boat was going fast enough to be deemed an unfair advantage. Okay, so 160 feet on jump number 1. If he out-jumps it, then there'll be no re-ride. If he comes up short, then that re-ride could still become a possibility if he doesn't out-jump it with the remaining regular jump. Turns, set, up and over, good-looking jump. That is his second jump, and I suspect it's going to be further than 116 feet. I'm pretty darn sure of it. The question is, how much further than 116 feet is it going to be? He is the United States men's 5 jump record holder with a 162-foot jump that he recorded at Cedar Creek Ski Park in Elkins, Arkansas. Handle up a little bit higher, really a partition turn turns halfway, reassesses his position, and then turns the rest of the way. And pushing out with the distance. Wow. 137 feet, so it's going to come down to his final jump to determine the national championship in men's 5. We have a distance of 140 feet by Randy Sturber, and Randy Sturber at this time is on his way to a medical facility, or at least being treated here along the shore side. I still see the paramedic vehicle right next to the shoreline, and Randy Sturber still has that lead distance of 140 feet that he produced on jump number 1 before he took one of the gnarliest crashes that I've ever seen in men's 5 national championship competition. Wow. Hutch Haynes, jump number 3. Turns, sets, digs it. Oh, and he passes up on jump number 3. He will take the silver medal, and that has basically gifted Randy Sturber the National Jump Championship in men's 5 here at the 80th Goode Water Ski National Championship. And just take a look at this, folks. There is something that you need to see off this turn. Turns in, sets up, refuses, and certainly looks upset, and comes in. And I thought that he was waving his hand towards Randy Sturber, at least towards the paramedic, but there you go. Randy Sturber with 42.8, a surprise turn of events considering what happened. 140 feet. Hutch Haynes, the national record holder, has to make do with silver with a 137. Greg Webb with a 126, the bronze, and the remaining 2 medals go to 4th place Jeff Lindsay and 5th place Jay Edom. Wow. What can I say? Certainly some exciting action. Some of it pleasant, some of it unpleasant. And that brings to a conclusion the 6th day of 7 here at the 80th Goode Water Ski National Championships. We'll continue on to day 7's worth of action. Make sure that you are subscribed to the YouTube channel, the TWBC YouTube channel, and hit that bell icon especially, because that will inform you when our live webcasts go online tomorrow. So, on behalf of everyone here at TWBC for their tireless and hard work in bringing you these images, this is Tony Lightfoot saying, ciao for now.
Get down to business, tell everyone, nothing's off limits, you can have